Covid-19 đã phá vỡ mọi trật tự truyền thống, khiến cả thế giới chao đảo, và Việt Nam không phải là một ngoại lệ. Đâu là lối thoát sau đại dịch? Ngày 25 tháng 2 năm 2022 này, quy tụ hơn 600 đại biểu tham gia cả trực tuyến và ngoại tuyến, bao gồm lãnh đạo các bộ ban ngành tại Việt Nam, cộng đồng doanh nghiệp và các chuyên gia trong nước và quốc tế. Một cuộc đối thoại chính sách quan trọng giữa chính phủ và các đối tác phát triển. Hội nghị quốc tế thúc đẩy phục hồi kinh tế xanh và bao trùm, bài học từ kinh nghiệm quốc tế. Mục tiêu của hội nghị hướng tới phục hồi kinh tế hậu Covid-19, hướng tới nền kinh tế tuần hoàn và các hành động về khí hậu. Thảo luận các lựa chọn chính sách về kích thích nền kinh tế xanh. Thúc đẩy, chia sẻ ý tưởng và tăng cường hơn nữa các hành động COP26 của Việt Nam. Bạn đã sẵn sàng? Covid-19 đã phá vỡ mọi trật tự truyền thống, khiến cả thế giới chao đảo, và Việt Nam không phải là một ngoại lệ. Đâu là lối thoát sau đại dịch? Ngày 25 tháng 2 năm 2022 này, quy tụ hơn 600 đại biểu tham gia cả trực tuyến và ngoại tuyến, bao gồm lãnh đạo các bộ ban ngành tại Việt Nam, cộng đồng doanh nghiệp và các chuyên gia trong nước và quốc tế. Một cuộc đối thoại chính sách quan trọng giữa chính phủ và các đối tác phát triển. Hội nghị quốc tế thúc đẩy phục hồi kinh tế xanh và bao trùm, bài học từ kinh nghiệm quốc tế. Mục tiêu của hội nghị hướng tới phục hồi kinh tế hậu Covid-19, hướng tới nền kinh tế tuần hoàn và các hành động về khí hậu. Thảo luận các lựa chọn chính sách về kích thích nền kinh tế xanh. Thúc đẩy, chia sẻ ý tưởng và tăng cường hơn nữa các hành động COP26 của Việt Nam. Bạn đã sẵn sàng?
Xin chào mừng các vị khách quý, các vị đại biểu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our international conference. We will begin the roundtable discussion with business on contributions of businesses to inclusive and green rebound. We wish to invite Mr. Nguyễn Quang Vinh, Vice President of the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry (VCCI), to be the moderator of this roundtable. Please proceed to the podium. Thank you. We wish to invite Ms. Lưu Thị Thanh Mẫu, CEO of Phúc Khang Corporation and member of the Vietnam's Coordination Committee on Green Building. We wish to invite Mr. Bruno Jaspar, representative of Eurocham and General Director of Deep Sea Industrial Park, Mr. Singh Chanda, Country Director of Hitachi Energy. Please proceed to the stage. Thank you. I wish to initiate the roundtable business roundtable in this afternoon on the contribution of business to a green and inclusive rebound, as well as in the application of technology and initiatives from outside in Vietnam, so that we can promote green and inclusive rebound. And as we all know, on the 16th of September of 2015, the UN adopted the 2030 Agenda with 17 SDGs and 169 concrete criteria with the view to leave no one behind. And in that very same year, the Paris Agreement also led to the adoption of a very important document highlighting the role of the government, role of businesses in fulfilling these 17 SDGs, as well as the commitment, the pledge to keep the temperature rise in our planet at 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. And of course, in such endeavors, the role of businesses are of great importance. So we talked about the 2030 Agenda, and a very important meeting was convened by the UN Secretary General with the representatives of businesses to discuss the role of businesses in working with the government to apply technology, to apply innovation for sustainable, inclusive, and green growth. So we have 45 minutes. And 4 panelists here today. Now I'm honored to introduce Ms. Lưu Thị Thanh Mẫu, CEO of Phúc Khang Corporation and member of Vietnam's Coordination Committee of Green Building Development. Thank you for joining us in this session today. The second is Mr. Bruno Jaspart, representative of the European Chamber of Commerce, Eurocham, Vietnam, and he is also the General Director of the Deep Sea Industrial Zone. The third person I wish to introduce is Mr. Wolfgang Ringel, Senior Vice President of Governmental Affairs of Tomra Systems ASA. He will be joining with us here today from Norway virtually. And last but not least, Mr. Singh Chandan, Country Managing Director of Hitachi Energy. I wish to thank you all for joining us in the roundtable today. Of course, we talk about the importance of businesses, but we also understand the significant role of technology and its role in helping businesses realizing their green initiatives and so forth. And of course, we now have new market opportunities in this field. And every year, we have millions upon millions of billions of US dollars. And we also witness the establishment of new economic models, of new jobs, of new livelihoods for our people in this field. And according to the report of the MPI, Vietnam would need around 21 billion US dollars in investment for climate. And we do look forward to these inflows from businesses. We should also talk about the government's policies and legal frameworks. So these are the two key issues that we'll be discussing today: the role of technology in businesses and legal and policy issues. We can put forth recommendations for the government to think about what the government can implement to assist businesses in fulfilling the growth, the goals of achieving, and the goals of pursuing green growth, green recovery, so forth. We have around 39 minutes right now, so I have my first question for lady first, for Miss Mẫu. To my knowledge, Phúc Khang is a construction corporation and also focuses on green building, green construction, and Phúc Khang was one of the 10 most sustainable companies in Vietnam based on the rankings of the VCCI in conjunction with the Ministry of Labor, War Violence and Social Affairs. So, according to you, Ms. Mẫu, my apology, over the past years, how has your company utilized technology in your activity towards green and sustainable development, not just for your own corporation but also for the country? Thank you, Mr. Vinh, and I wish to convey my warmest greetings to our conference, our distinguished delegates, and my fellow panelists here today. First of all, I believe that this international conference, in my 20 years of experience in management and business, I have had to travel abroad to attend conferences, to attend seminars, and I think that the happy thing is that while we are still faced with the severe threat of COVID-19, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, BCCI, and other relevant ministries and agencies are still convening seminars like these. A month ago, I think that the VCCI held a conference on sustainable development with the participation of Deputy Prime Minister Vũ Đức Đam. And today, of course, we welcome a wide range of delegates. This is truly revolutionary in pursuing reform, in pursuing novelties, and in exchanging understandings, know-hows, experience in this field. And for myself, as a manager of a business, this is an opportunity for me to review the development of my business and remain resolved with the goal of sustainable development set out by the government. And in our operation, I can see that we may still lack certain regulations, and I take this opportunity to propose that we step up for an investment, we step up opportunities to study abroad so that we can better understand the global standards for products. And Phúc Khang has been focusing on green growth, green cities, and our product revolves around a green economic model. And we have been adhering to the lead standard of the US, standard from Singapore, or the Lotus standard from Vietnam, so that we can meet the demands for climate action in Vietnam. and also better serve our community. And we have three things that we always have to remain steadfast upon. First, we need to adhere to international standards that countries and international organizations have upheld in Vietnam and in other countries. We always remain strict and disciplined in upholding these standards. For example, in green constructions, we use designs that are suitable for the location of the projects. And during construction, we're using more sustainable materials and prioritizing materials in Vietnam. We also strive to manage the thorough development of this project and continue to accompany the local people, the local community, to facilitate a new understanding on green growth around the project. We also set goals pertaining to the use of equipment that are energy efficient, cost efficient, and sustainable. In addition, with regard to the environment, we always strive to protect the environment, protect natural sceneries, and facilitate the restoration of affected sites. And we build communities in which local people would have a green living, green lifestyle, and those who would themselves uphold green standards. We can also provide coaching or training for the people in this matter. So our constructions, our projects would save around 50% more energy efficient. And we, after 6 years of implementation, we have now yielded some successful results. We also frequently attend conferences such as this so that we can provide our advice to governmental agencies or the government, so that they can issue new laws, new policies, new regulations that are more conducive to green development. And we should take the initiative in putting forth these proposals. Well, thank you, but this will be a part of the answer for the second question that I will also be asking other panelists. Your application of green technology, of waste management, of energy efficient equipment, these are very, very important initiatives. And I also welcome the participation of Phúc Khang Corporation in many local community activities. And now I wish to pass the floor to Mr. Bruno, representative of Eurocham and CEO of Deep Sea Industrial Zone. And this is considered to be a green industrial zone. And I hope that you can share with us how you have adopted technologies and innovative practices to reduce its carbon footprint, manage waste, convert power sources, or promote or pursue circular models to attract further investment from businesses. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the introduction. I'm most honored to be allowed to give you a small insight on how an industrial zone can try to obtain a sustainable outlook, combining it with an economic growth model that we obviously push through towards all our investors. There's many things we can say, and in 5 minutes that's not so much time. And I would like to stick to some main points. And I would like to base it on some examples. So Deep Sea has, over the past years, taken a lot of initiatives. It has been also elected by MPI and UNIDO as a pioneer for the new Eco-Industrial Park Standard, which is currently being tried out and should result in the next few years in a new standard for industrial zones. But you don't get that for free. And we need to make very clear that it is a fairy tale to think that you can achieve a better environment for a lower price. And I'll tell you the secret. Our costs went up with 10% since we're walking the sustainable path. But I'll tell you another secret. Our sales price went up by almost 20%. So it proves that you can make a difference. And what did we do? We decided to change the bitumen in our concrete roads into a recycled product. We actually collect together with Dow the plastic waste from our tenants. We regrind it and we use it actually as a replacement for bitumen. We have ISO certified our technology of our wastewater treatment plant, and currently the output of our wastewater treatment plant is better than the quality of the water we buy from the water company. We have decided to set up our own electricity company and make it a hybrid model with solar rooftop that we automatically connect if you buy land with us. We also ask you to incorporate the roof rights. So we have a lot of initiatives, and there's a lot of benefit to come from that. But I need to point out, being a foreign-owned industrial zone, it's been a very, very tough road. And I believe I need to point out, if you ask me the question, what can you do? We can take initiatives. We pay for it. We get a return. I convince my board. But there are many things that actually stop us. For example, we build our own electricity grid, fancily called these days a microgrid. We pledged to have 50% renewables by 2030, to become independent from EVN in the next 5 years after that. But that doesn't come for free. Every substation, there's a colleague here sitting beside me, he's one of the guys that actually selling these things, it costs you probably $10 million. In Vietnam today, you first have to spend it, you have to ask the money to your board, and only then, when you've built it, the government will say, actually, now we will consider if you can get a permit. So the initiatives and the technologies are there. Being a foreign investor, it's our duty to bring technology and make a difference. But it's the duty of Vietnam to question their legal framework and to question the incentives, because we need a level playing field. Now, being foreigner, I'm very much convinced that we need to make a difference. So with Eurocharm, we have also decided in the month of November to bring as many as possible European companies with sustainable technologies.
That you are talking about the initiative Eurocharm in general and Deep Sea in particular.
Yes.
In helping and supporting the member of Eurocharm in implementing or in going circular.
Or actually one step further, I believe it's our duty to bring technologies. So for that, in November, we will showcase and ask European companies to come to an event in Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi for 2 days, which will be called the Green Initiative. And that will actually hopefully help to make a new platform, to bring new technologies. But I keep insisting, those technologies are nothing if the law doesn't foresee it. And I can give a long list. We built a windmill with the help of the Korean government. But the windmill is in an industrial zone. You can, in principle, not get a construction permit for a windmill in an industrial zone. Our road we are so proud of, I only have a temporary construction permit because there's no building code for a sustainable road. So the long road ahead that will lead to hopefully the carbon neutrality of Vietnam needs to take efforts from the government, and at the same time takes a lot of entrepreneurship and initiative from the investor, I believe.
All right. Xin cảm ơn ông.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruno, for your sharing, not only as the CEO of Deep Sea, with initiatives on green growth and a circular economy. I am very much aware of your achievements because the Deep Sea is working with a lot of businesses and building infrastructure, roads for the industrial zones in a circular way, and treating plastic waste. Thank you for your sharing. And the next question is for our next speaker joining us online from Norway, Mr. Wolfgang Ringel. Tomra system. Tomra offers circular economy technology solutions. Could you please elaborate further on the solutions and how do they help the companies in Vietnam in going greener and circular?
Yes, good morning from actually Germany. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Then good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, dear fellow panelists. Good morning, dear audience. Of course, it's an honor for Tomra to be invited to this event. You can imagine I feel a bit disadvantaged that I cannot be here with you, unfortunately, in Hanoi. The only advantage I have is that at 7 a.m. in the morning in my living room, I do not need to wear a mask. And I really enjoy that advantage, of course. So let me try to answer the challenge. And I must say, I feel very much at home when I listen to what has been said in the last 20 minutes. At Tomra, which is, as you rightly pointed out, a green economy company, we are very much at home in the issue of circular economy on global level. We believe that in big parts of the world, a greenhouse gas emission reduction, litter reduction, and proper waste management systems are needed. And this was our starting point a couple of months ago when we commissioned Eunomia, which is a globally leading waste management consultancy firm, to analyze the link between those challenges. And as a result, we published a study some months ago suggesting the potential for an optimized waste management system as regards to climate change. And we found that a so-called holistic resource system model could save approximately 2.76 billion tons of CO2 globally per year. And that is a lot. So what are holistic resource systems? What are we meaning when we talk about this? It is the optimized combination of key waste management practices for collection, sorting, and recycling to facilitate the transition to a circular economy. And that is preventing resource depletion, reducing littering, and contributing to a carbon neutral world. That sounds big and it sounds great, and actually it is, but what does it mean if we try to break it down to elements which can be implemented? We think it's, as has been said already, a very important part are political framework regulations. They need to be in place, absolutely. Such as extended producer responsibility, which is important, deposit return systems, and technical processes for waste handling. All of that is key. But again, what is the most efficient, cost-effective scenario for such a holistic system? And in our opinion and the findings of our study, there are three elements. The first element is deposit return systems for PET bottles and metal beverage containers. They deliver a return rate of approximately 90%. So they are the systems with the highest return rate on global level. And they're implemented in more than 40 countries with a strong tendency to become more and more. They maximize the capture of high quality and high carbon intensity material while at the same time reducing litter. That's number one, deposit return system. Second, separate collections of bio-waste, paper, textiles, and electronic equipment. That is key for those materials to be recycled for the greatest carbon benefit. But there will always be something left. There will always be residual mixed waste left as a third part. And we believe that mixed waste sorting of this, what is left, and that is what we would call the Champions League, because that is really a challenge. But we think we know with our technology how to do it. This would generate additional collection and recycling rates above and beyond what the other elements can deliver. That's clear. The incineration or landfilling of plastics and other high carbon materials generate unnecessary greenhouse gas emissions. Mixed waste sorting reduces those emissions and returns more materials to the system for the incorporation into new products. So if we apply those three elements, the holistic resource model, It will enable regionally customized holistic models to cut global CO2 emissions by up to 5%, which is a lot. It's the equivalent of grounding all commercial flights globally and taking 65% of cars off the road, according to the study. Of course, there is not a one-size-fits-all solution. All of these models have to be adapted and have to be tailor-made for the respective countries. And that's what we need to do, and this is where we come into play, and that could be also our role as a company. When we go to a country and see what we can do, first of all, we are trying to help as a kind of consultant for the setting up of good deposit return system, good EPR legislation, which is key. Without such legislation, things will not happen. Secondly, we can envisage our role as being a technology provider when it comes to the implementation of waste management concepts. And thirdly, we envisage ourselves as an investor in the infrastructure needed, depending on the concrete implementation plans. So that's enough as an initial statement. I hope I will be able to come to Vietnam one day.
Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome always to Vietnam to give advice to Vietnamese businesses who want to have more and more circular model or go circular economy modern business model, because that I think that the future of the economy. And another point I want you to share a little bit more clearer. People think that going circular, it's kind of creating a kind of circular economy business model is costly, and it because it's require an upfront investment. Sometimes if you are a big company, big corporation, and you want to change the whole processing production, it requires a lot of money. And so for Vietnam small medium-sized enterprises, could you share with us that is that true if you go circular, or you want to have more and more circular economy matrix, or that the way you should do?
Yes, of course, big investments are needed, but as my fellow panelist from the Chamber of Commerce has said, in the moment, legislative frameworks are in place which provide investment security. Then I think you will attract investors who dare to do it. And for example, when we look at deposit return systems, a legislative framework is key. If that law is well designed, there is no further investment needed. There is no investment needed at all by the government. Nothing. The only contribution is a good legislation. And we have seen that in a couple of countries. When the legislation was in place, the system operator who is running these systems makes a call for tender in a couple of countries. This has happened in Australia, in Lithuania, in Latvia, where basically we, like our competitors, were asked to come up with plans how to set up the infrastructure for free in overall in the entire country, which in these countries meant return to retail. So we had to implement reverse vending machines at retail shops for free, and then got reimbursed over time by a very little contribution per container which went through the machines. So there was no upfront investment needed at all. I think this is just serving as an example. When legislation is set up in a clever way, it can work.
Thank you, thank you. That we should invite you to Vietnam is quite more often as well, because you need you to talk at our event on corporate sustainability, so that small and medium-sized enterprises, even macro-sized enterprise, can assure with you that they can go circular wholly or partly, and depend on what you want to do, but with very very less cost. Thank you, thank you. Và câu hỏi tiếp theo tôi xin
với chi phí thấp hơn. My next question is meant for Mr. Singh Chandan on energy transition. As one of the primary drivers in green transition, so Vietnam needs to move away from fossil fuels that we have been using thus far. From your point of view, which factor is the most important to facilitate this process, especially as the government is actively pushing for green and inclusive rebound. Please, the floor is yours. Vâng, xin cảm ơn ngài Nguyễn Quang Vinh. Trên thực tế thì mọi người cũng đã trao đổi về một số vấn đề.
Build my case here as well. Starting with, Hitachi Energy is committed to United Nations sustainability goals. As part of that commitment, we have already taken the first step of moving completely to fossil fuel electricity in all of our operations around the world since February. So that's the feat just now. We have been able to reduce CO2 equivalent emissions by 50% versus 2019 operations. It was challenging. Not all the countries have PPA available, so we had to buy energy certificates. But this is must. We need to invest to create an example. Then we have a carbon neutral target of 2030. We are targeting that we achieve it much faster. Coming back to Vietnam, a small example, what we are doing here, we are building a new factory, transformer factory in Bac Ninh. Why we are doing it? We want to contribute more to the renewable growth story in Vietnam. Most of these FITs are having short-term periods, and importing the products are not helpful in contributing. While we are designing that factory and building that factory, we are keeping sustainability, circular economy in the mind. For example, waste recycling, rooftop solar, rainwater harvesting. In fact, we designed the building to be energy efficient so that it can save 35 to 40% of energy compared to any other building in the nearby premises. We are targeting to be LEED zero in the sense that carbon neutral when the building is ready in the beginning of next year. Hopefully, I can invite most of you there to inauguration. Coming back to your question, Mr. Win, how can our technology help bring energy transition in Vietnam? First, I would like to congratulate the government here and the policymakers. They have already shown an amazing feat by adding almost 21,000 megawatt of renewable energy in the last 4 years, with 4,000 wind under construction. That's a great achievement. I mean, that's a milestone in Southeast Asia. No other country has been able to come near that. Now, we have so much energy, but A0, or as we call it, NLDC, is not able to use it. There is a lot of energy curtailment of the solar and wind. Why is that? Maybe because the grid is not ready, number one. Number two, we believe at Hitachi Energy that in the coming decades, next 2 to 3 decades, electricity is going to be the backbone of entire energy network. I mean, we are going to move so much away from fossil fuel towards electricity. Let's take the example of cars. We'll move away completely from fossil fuel to EV. That will require the grid again to be very robust, resilient, and again, investment in grid is required. So what I'm talking about in the grid here, a few of the panel members gave the examples of the European grids, which are already interconnected, which are having HVDC connection, which is, let's say, 50% lower footprint and carbon emissions compared to HVAC. We are talking about connecting microgrids in deep sea and maybe some other enterprise like that. These together will help the government have a resilient grid which is much more sustainable, flexible, and secure. Here, one thing I would like to urge the government is not to only look at the initial capex investment while they are thinking of making a decision. We need to look at the overall life cycle of the grid as well as the operation and maintenance cost, the amount of carbon dioxide it will reduce over the period of time. So that will be my request to the government.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn ông. Như vậy là
Phát thải carbon chẳng hạn. Thank you. We have now listened from all the panelists on the role of technology and businesses in green and in promoting a green and inclusive rebound. We also heard from experts on a circular economy, on power grids, to put forth green solutions in the energy transition process. Since we don't have much time left, 6 minutes to be exact, I wish to ask for 1 minute from each of you that, in your own viewpoint, which one recommendation can you put forth for the government of Vietnam to do in the next decade, in the upcoming decades, to attract further investment in your activities and production and business of efforts and in the endeavors towards green and inclusive economic rebound? I wish to invite Ms. Mo first. I think this is a diamond opportunity, to say the least, for Vietnam to achieve a green and inclusive economic rebound, for we have vast untapped potential. And as our panelists here have said, we also have vast untapped potential in terms of external investment. So we need new drivers, new policies that are holistic, synchronized, and concrete. I think it can be summed up in the 4 words in Vietnamese. In English, that would be investment, environment, to facilitate trade. Please now I'll proceed to Mr. Bruno Jaspart.
How many things I can name in 1 minute, because my wishes
But you have
would be
only
very
1
long.
minute and 1 sentence.
And I lost 20 seconds, but at least everybody's listening. If I am not that much in diamonds, so I'll talk about the golden opportunity. And the golden opportunity, in my view, is that we need to use the strength of the individual partners. Representing industrial zones, I think you need to hold them accountable. So impose new strict standards on the industrial zone. You create a level playing field, and by sheer consequence, all those people, more than 80% of investments today go into industrial zones. New companies will invest inside an industrial zone. If you change the rules, both in technology and some low-hanging fruits, I think it's a major step forward. It can be recycling schemes, not allow, but actually impose rainwater harvest. We can take rainwater, we can treat it, and we can sell it back. You save water. It can be use novel technologies to make independent grids. Impose solar rooftop, not choose or allow the choice to investors to do so. Just impose, but make it independent from EVN, because EVN, as my colleague just said, there's a huge problem. EVN for the next 20 years has an enormous task. Okay, if we take the bulk of the load, it will be industry. Allow the industry to help themselves. But you will have, as we said before, you will have to create a framework for it.
All right, thank you. And how about you? What's your policy recommendation for the government?
Policy recommendation. I will not go that far. You see, this is an opportunity that we are having where country heads, business heads, financial institutions are all looking towards sustainable future. One thing that we can do more is trust each other, have a collaborative framework where we can, have a feedback loop and accelerate the innovation. Of course, policy framework will help. Low-hanging fruit, like DPPA, can immediately be passed, and it will start bringing a positive impact on the environment. So there are a lot of things that the governments know. I don't think that they need advice, but we need to do it faster. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Govgang, how's your policy recommendation for the circular economy in Vietnam to further develop?
Yes, you
what the role of the government?
Yes, you mentioned the right point immediately. Attracting investment and creating a green rebound is highly dependent on policies. So it's not about technology. It's not that you just need technology to come. Technology will only come when the framework conditions are in place. And when bad framework conditions are in place, nobody will invest. I have seen that really in a couple of countries where legislation completely derailed and nobody came. So the most important thing is to get the legislation right. And you have the big advantage. You can learn from failures, you can learn from success stories all over the world. And I would love to offer my entire team, which is 25 people in 4 continents, who do nothing else than analyzing policies and looking at tailor-made best practice solutions. For example, in Vietnam, you have a strong informal sector. We need to integrate the informal sector somehow. We cannot just pretend this is the same country as is Germany or something like that. We need to make tailor-made solutions. And all of that is very, very relevant. If you do that, and we're willing to support you with everything we can, and I'm not talking about the sales of machine and technology, because that comes much later, and that's about competition, and let all the operational people fight it out. But it's about setting the right legislative framework first.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn Ngô Gang. Như vậy là chúng ta chỉ còn 1 phút.
Thank you, Mr. Ringo. I have half a minute to sum up the primary key points for our business roundtable today. I think we have touched upon very important details in the role of science and technology, of innovation, and of the application of these factors in green growth, in green and inclusive economic rebound, in the implementation of green policies across the board, such as in construction, in green buildings, in green industrial zones, in green energy transition process, or the transition from our traditional economic model to a green and circular economic model, and so forth. The recommendations that you have put forth are also very clear, and building upon these, the recommendations of businesses, I think we need a more facilitated business and investment environment, a clearer business and investment environment. And if I was asked, I would also suggest that Vietnam needs new laws, new regulations to better support the implementation of a circular economic model. For this is the future of our economy, and it brings upon great benefits for our economic growth in conjunction with protection of our environment. Of course, we will also enjoy the major benefits brought about by businesses in such endeavors, contributing to a rapid, sustainable, green, and inclusive economic rebound. And in such endeavors, we will also create new values for our society. Once again, I wish to thank you all for participating in today's roundtable. I do hope that your information provided today will play an important role in the successful outcome of this international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Quang Vung, for your moderation and the sharing of businesses for this conference. Now we will proceed to session 2 on trade, investment and innovation for a sustainable rebound. I wish to invite Excellency Elsbeth Ackerman, Ambassador of the Netherlands to Vietnam, to moderate this session. And I wish to invite Mr. Cấn Văn Lực to the stage. All right, all yours.
Xin
Welcome in this panel that deals with the role of trade investment, innovation, and I also know for sure finance for a green and sustainable rebound. Before touching upon the actual topic of today, which is very much future-oriented, let me address 2 or 3 words to the fact that, like the earlier moderator, Anne, I'm from Europe, representing a country that is part of the European Union. And very, very unfortunately, yesterday, a war has broken out on the borders of the European Union, on the European continent. And I would just like to use this opportunity to transfer and to acknowledge the sympathy we all have for the people in Ukraine, and we wish them well. Having said that, let's move on to today's very, very important topic worldwide, but also especially in Vietnam, which is, as I have found it, a beautiful country and very rich in terms of nature and biodiversity, but it also faces a lot of stress caused by human interventions, industrialization, urbanization, climate change, and impact is seen and felt as severe weather conditions, droughts, floods, sea rise level, land subsidence, air pollution. We are confronted with that every day. The economic growth of Vietnam is mainly propelled by a large export-oriented manufacturing sector driven by foreign direct investment. That means that the growth of Vietnam is very, very energy intensive. The energy demand is expected to double in the coming 10 years. And while foreign direct investment-based manufacturing is expected to continue to grow, small and medium-sized enterprises are employing the vast majority of the workforce and is very vulnerable and has very limited connections with international supply chains. So there you have 2 challenges. Vietnam is aiming for more renewable energy and has been very successful in the past year with a boom of solar energy. But coal remains by far the largest energy source, and that is expected, as I said before, to remain so for the next decade. The commitment of Prime Minister Chin at COP26 in Glasgow to net zero emissions in 2050 is an important game changer, but at the same time only the starting point for a process that will require contributions from stakeholders that represent the government, the private sector, the financial sector, science, academia, and civil society organizations in Vietnam, in the region, and globally. In this session that has a number of very interesting speakers representing different regions of the world and different organizations and different participants of the stakeholders that are part and parcel of a green transition. And we will focus on what these different stakeholders can do. And they will also touch upon how Vietnam can effectively deal with some of the challenges that are hindering a green and inclusive rebound. On the upside, I was talking a bit long perhaps on the challenges that the country is facing, but there's also some positive developments. Vietnam's economic growth is to be expected at pre-COVID levels soon again. And it is also expected that the renewable energy sector will grow as many investors, like the ones in the round table just now, are investing in and are also demanding renewable energy for their operations. Vietnam wants to move to a higher value-added production, including higher labor standards. So in this panel, together we'll explore what would be suitable approaches to support, incentivize, and facilitate the sustainable recovery of Vietnam post-COVID? What is the role of the different stakeholders, the government, the private sector, the international community, and non-governmental organizations? And having said that, and without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Isabelle Durand, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, that is in Geneva, where we have met before, as I was posted there before coming to Vietnam. So it is a great pleasure, Isabel, to meet you again. Isabel has been a politician before entering the UN system in her current position, and she will reflect on the role of trade and investment as drivers for sustainable and inclusive development, and she will in particularly reflect on the opportunities and challenges of trade agreements and FDI. So without further ado, Isabel, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be with you today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends of Vietnam. First of all, I would like to thank you for this kind invitation to deliver this keynote address, and I will try to be enough concrete regarding all what you are expecting. So, if there is a country that has harnessed the power of trade and investment to foster economic development, it is Vietnam. It is a success story. But as most countries in the world, Vietnam is also faced with the threat of climate change, circular economy discussed deeply in the previous panel, and also the digital revolution, which has left many people behind. So for decades, trade and investment have been engine of growth and development. They are the very face of integration. And that is why when COVID struck and spread like a domino effect across the world, trade and investment were hit so badly in 2020. But then both showed remarkable resilience and recovered to the pre-pandemic levels in 2021. Yes, this did not happen across all countries and across all sectors, creating deeper dividers and diverging recovery paths. And the climate emergency and the ever more far-reaching digitalization will lead to further transformation of trade and investment. So I will focus on the opportunities and challenges of trade agreement, FDI, to promote sustainable and inclusive growth, but also rebound. And I will draw our UNCTAD research and experience and share reflection on how Vietnam could continue its successful path and achieve its development aspiration. First, the power of trade. In support of the country's reform processes, Vietnam has pursued a gradual and strategic integration into the international trading system. It joined the WTO in 2007 and has been part of the Asian Free Trade Area since 2010, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership since 2018, and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership since 1st January 2022, when it came into effect. This integration has enabled Vietnam to seize opportunities provided by international trade and the expansion of global and regional value chains. The country could rapidly increase its productive capabilities in manufacturing, including intermediated goods and technology-intensive consumer goods, such for instance mobile phone, laptops, etc. Today, Vietnam is deeply integrated into production networks in East and Southeast Asia. It is, to say the least, a manufacturing powerhouse. The trade-intensive nature of production in global value chains calls for a holistic approach. Such an approach seeks a trade investment service nexus to reduce transaction costs throughout the value chains. But not all trade agreements are aligned with these objectives, and trade agreements differ in their depth and scope. For instance, traditional regional trade agreements, the RTAs, focus on rather shallow integration. The RCEP is similar to a traditional trade agreement focused on border measures. It leaves countries relatively unconstrained in the use of behind-the-border measures, such, for instance, subsidies. Yet the RCEP will still bring benefits. It will improve member states' access to markets, the competitiveness of producers in member states over non-members, and the allocation of resources in the FTA member economies. But the benefits are neither automatic nor shared evenly across member states. For instance, our estimators show that RCEP tariff concessions may result in lower export in some member states, including Vietnam. Due to the negative trade diversion effect, Vietnam's exports are expected to fall by 1.5 billion US dollar, equivalent to 1.2% of its RCEP exports. Nonetheless, Vietnam would not be better off by excluding itself from the agreement, as trade diversion effects would accrue anyway. Several recent RTAs have become deeper and more comprehensive, going beyond the WTO and covering behind-the-border regulatory measures. This evolution is often driven by the desire to support a duty-free and non-tariff barrier-free trading environment to facilitate trade and activities associated with value chain. A good example is the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. This objective of this partnership is broad, and its 30 chapters cover a wide range of issues having a link with potential innovation, from goods, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, investment, to intellectual property, labor, environment, and regulatory coherence. So we know from our research that deeper trade agreements can help member states to establish more stable and stronger trade network regionally or globally. One of our recent studies showed that trade within RTAs, particularly the deep agreements, has been relatively more resilient against the COVID-19 global trade downturn. But high standard agreement can also pose new challenges for developing countries. Regulatory harmonization may constrain developing countries' regulatory autonomy and policy space to pursue proactive industry and development policy objectives. For instance, the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism is seen to confer greater rights to foreign investors. This may lead to a regulatory freeze, as regulators may refrain from taking certain regulatory action, such as environmental regulation, out of fear of legal challenge and large financial compensation. Discipline on government procurement, state-owned enterprise, and export tax can also constrain the ability of the government to support domestic industries and SMEs. Some MEGA RTAs have sought to address the potentially anti-competitive effect of state-owned enterprises that tend to receive some preferential treatment and establish, as you could say, competitive neutrality between them and private companies. But this might have negative implications for national efforts at delivering public policy goals through state-owned enterprise. Environmental and social concern will also increasingly affect international trade deals in the future. An increasing number of government regulations and taxes on trade high carbon products would be challenging for developing countries. Easing developing countries' access to clean technologies, increasing global collaboration in green economies, and strengthening developing domestic capacity in these technologies would facilitate the transition towards a green economy and trade. And it was extensively discussed in the previous panel. Another challenge is that developing countries are often rule takers rather than rule makers in FTA. And it is essential that pure market opening objectives of trade agreements are balanced with a development and green context. This means that flexibility to design an adequate scope and pace of market opening are needed together with flanking measures to support productive capacity, domestic innovation, productivity growth, and green development. Adjustment in trade rules may also be warranted in view of the significant disruption to international trade brought by COVID-19. As a number of countries have imposed ad hoc unilateral measures in response to the pandemic, this has highlighted gaps in the existing trade rules in ensuring protection and resilience under crisis circumstances. addressing paperless customs and trade facilitation, deepening regulatory cooperation on essential goods and services, exercising due restraint on export restrictions, particularly those affecting critical humanitarian needs, taking advantage of digital means and facilitating transport and logistics services, among others, could be instrumental for reforming existing rules to better serve trade in the post-pandemic and transitional recovery. And now let me turn to investment. The rebound of foreign direct investment in 2021 is encouraging, but developing countries such as Vietnam need to continue to attract investment for sustainable development and the recovery from the pandemic. And I want to share 4 ideas in support of this need. 1, enhance investment for physical and digital infrastructure. Building efficient and adequate physical and digital infrastructure is sine qua non for inclusive and sustainable growth. Of course, it has a cost. In Asia, about 180 billion US dollar annual investment in infrastructure are needed until 2030. This sum calls for a role of the private sector and public-private partnership. Growth of the digital economy and technology-led businesses is heavily depending on the provision of fast and reliable telecommunication connectivity, 5G, and data center facilities. Vietnam could do more to strengthen its digital landscape and develop a regional digital hub by attracting investment in telecommunication connectivity, data centers and cloud facilities, and related security and infrastructure. It would also be helpful to develop or upgrade to the industrial infrastructure, such as special economic zones and industrial parks, to smart and eco-friendly facilities. This takes me to point 2. Promote investment in renewable energy. It was also said in the previous panel. Vietnam recorded a rise in international project finance deals in 2021. About 2/3 of the value of these deals in 2021 and more than half in 2020 were in renewable energy activities. And these numbers suggest that investors are increasingly interested in investing in renewable energy in Vietnam. That's a very positive sign. 3, get ready for Industry 4.0. Countries are taking action to increase absorptive capacity for the transformation process triggered by the 4th industrial revolution. Efficiency of industries will depend on the adoption of technologies, innovations, capacity, skills development, and attracting investment to build a competitive ecosystem. And this should include attracting technology solutions providers, manufacturers of Industry 4.0 equipment, centers of excellence, startups related to research and development, and upstream the downstream activities. And 4th, invest in healthcare and digital health. Growing and aging population and chronic diseases are adding significant pressure to fragile healthcare services in most developing countries. Private investment can complement public efforts in the provision of care services in universal access. The private sector share of hospitals in Vietnam is about 20%, if I'm not wrong, which is one of the lowest in Asia as compared to about 60% in Cambodia, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Promotion of public-private partnership in healthcare services is worth considering, including the development of digital health, such as telemedicine, to increase efficiency in the industry and increase accessibility in remote areas. So in Vietnam, digital health is still in its infancy, but the country has the fundamentals and potential to support such growth. Ladies and gentlemen, both trade and investment offer strong opportunities to boost inclusive, sustainable and green growth in Vietnam and to contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So it is worth exploring new and innovative ways to adapt trade agreements and investment strategies to enhance this sustainability and inclusiveness. So I hope that my address could offer useful reflections for public and private sector actors and show that economic, social and environmental goals do not need to be at odds with each other, but can and even must be pursued simultaneously. So I thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to be in Vietnam end of March in order to discuss that more concretely with several partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General Durand, for this very good presentation about the opportunities and challenges of trade and investment agreements. What I really liked was also the fact that you underlined the importance of global value chains. And it might be good, if we have time for a discussion later on, that you can perhaps reflect on what tools the United Nations has in its toolkit to also equip the participants of these global value chains, especially the small and medium-sized enterprises and the government in charge of facilitating them to make optimal use of these agreements, and especially the ones that go a bit deeper than tariffs only. So having given you that reflection for later, please allow me then to give the floor to Vice Minister Gang, Vice Minister Chan Kok Gang, of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. He will also reflect on trade and investment agreements. Vietnam has concluded many of them, and these agreements will obviously create new opportunities for exports and participation in those global value chains that were also mentioned by Madame Durand. But there are also risks as new generation trade agreements narrow the scope for domestic investment and trade policy. So, Vice Minister, the floor is yours, and perhaps you can also reflect a bit on the ongoing development of the PDP8 and the Green Growth Strategy in relation to the green transition and the importance of public-private cooperation in this area. Vice Minister. Okay, I just understood that the Vice Minister was called away for an urgent meeting, so perhaps we'll see if he can join us in a later stage. And if that is impossible, we will make sure to feedback and report on all the interesting things that were said today in this panel by his co-speakers. So then I would like to briefly introduce Mr. Gita Wirjawan, former Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, and from what I learned from his CV, quite the sportsman, golf and badminton, and not only doing that himself, but also empowering and stimulating others to do that. And well, being fit and energetic in the area of trade and investment and finance is obviously a prerequisite, especially if you want to move towards a greener environment in which everybody can profit and benefit as well. So, Mr. Wirjawan, I would like to give you the floor, and I would also like to ask you whether in your reflection you can perhaps have a look at the global economy that is currently emerging and reflect a bit on whether, in your extensive experience, that global economy will be a different one than before, and what that then also requires from the different players in both the public and private sector that are part and parcel of trade and investment for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and it's a privilege and honor to be here Let me just start off with what we've gone through in the last 24 months. We've pretty much gone through three types of shocks. And the first one would have been that related to our lifestyle. The second with regards to how information has been disseminated through different sources, be it your household, your school, your office, your province, your country, your world. And the third type of shock is that as it relates to policy, which has not necessarily been symmetric as it comes from different directions within and beyond your country. This has been a big part of our life and livelihood in the last 24 months, as a result of which, or correlated to that, we've seen somewhat of a K-curve type of recovery. One would have thought at the early start of COVID-19 that there would be some sort of equalization of the playing field. But what we have noticed, at least from some corners of the world, would have been some degree of elitization of the playing field, where the rich have gotten even much richer, not just richer. And I think what makes it more difficult for the poor is that, by way of the deceleration of economic growth, it makes it more difficult to redistribute welfare. This, I think, has dovetailed into the trade account, the trade equation, and the investment equation of the world. Let me first speak about trade. We have seen a pretty high tendency of bilateralization and plurilateralization as opposed to multilateralization, as we would have, adored to embrace since 10 to 20 years ago. I was part of the RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, that was initiated in 2011. And we said no to the TPP at that time in Honolulu at the APEC Summit in 2011 on the back of, at least my view or perspective, in that the concerns or interests of the developing nations should have been addressed a little bit more. Even though, we were asked to embrace some of the 21st, if not 22nd century items such as human rights, elements of government procurement, and intellectual property. And this, I think, made the conversation somewhat difficult, not just for countries like Indonesia, but other developing economies in Southeast Asia. So I do foresee the next 5 years as, I think, somewhat of a difficult period for us to re-multilateralize. And I think what punctuates the difficulty is what I've observed in the digital space. We have seen how many countries around the world have tried to equate democracy with the algorithmic amplification within social media. And this, I think, has caused the amplification of narratives that would have been thick with division and animosity and hostility, while at the same time, one would have expected narratives of justice and wisdom would have been necessarily amplified, but they were not, because they were sitting mostly within the silent majority. And this, I think, has tipped the balance and has caused more of a polarization of conversation. On top of this, there's also been an increasing inequality all across the world, and this is empirically reflected in rising Gini coefficient ratios, not just uniquely in poor countries, not just uniquely in developing economies, but also in developed economies. I think all these two factors, make conversations slightly more difficult. And this, I think, will play a part in the extent to which or how quickly we can re-multilateralize. But if the question is in the next 10 to 20 years, I think I remain very much optimistic about the faith and hope and prospect of multilateralizing like we might have seen 10 to 20 years ago. Now, with regards to investment, I do embrace all the comments that have been made by, those that have spoken before me. I do agree that, capital allocation needs to be smarter. It cannot just be conventional. Smarter in the sense that it's going to be allocated for green purposes a lot more. And we're cognizant of the limitations within the green space. As much as we would have liked to embrace and abide by the Paris Accord as to reduce carbon emissions by 50% in 2030, an additional 25% in 2040, and the remaining 25% in 2050, from a policy standpoint, I think it is less effective as opposed to from a technological standpoint. However, if we look at countries like Indonesia and some other developing economies in Southeast Asia and beyond, we're electrified only to the extent of about 1,000 kilowatt hour per capita. And for any nation to be a modern nation, it's got to be electrified to the extent of at least 5,000 kilowatt hour per capita. Now, for us in Indonesia to go up from 1,000 to 5,000 kilowatt hour on per capita basis, we've got to build at least an additional 300 to 400,000 megawatts worth of power generation. At the rate that we're only building 3,500 megawatts of power generation per year, before we can become modern, it's going to take us at least 130 years. And not to mention most of the 3,500 megawatts of power generation capabilities that are being built in a year are mostly fossil-based. So we're just awaiting for the next technological innovation to provide the necessary efficiency, effectiveness, but also much more importantly, scale. And this is, I think, correlated with where the liquidity space is looking. We take a look at the M2, the money supply that's hovering around most developed economies, particularly the US, European Union, Japan, China, and the UK. There's at least $100 trillion worth of liquidity, most of which needs to be democratized, seeking higher returns. Unfortunately, in the European Union and the US, the return, and even in Japan, the return is sub-zero, if not around zero. So inevitably, this could be democratized to places in developing economies that can provide a much better yield. But if we peel the onion a little bit more, just within the Southeast Asia space, Vietnam is becoming the next LeBron James, like Singapore has been able to show in the last 20 years. The FDI per capita per year for Vietnam has skyrocketed in the last few years. Singapore stands at about $19,000 on a per capita per year basis in terms of FDI. Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines, they stand at about $100 on a per capita per year basis for FDI generation, whereas Vietnam is around $200, coming from nowhere. Malaysia is about $280, and I do believe that Vietnam has been on the right track, not only in terms of attracting FDI, but also making sure that smart capital allocation has and is and also will be taking place in a judicious manner. I think Vietnam could serve as an example for countries like Thailand, the Philippines, and Indonesia, not just in the context of how do we make sure we move the needle from $100 into a much higher figure. But I think the bigger point that I want to convey here is that the reason why Singapore has been able to maintain a very robust posture in attracting FDI at $19,000 per capita per year basis, it's not because of ideology. It's not because of the attractiveness of the natural resource and the system and all that. It boils down to the extent to which they can actually enforce laws, rules, and regulations. Unfortunately, some other countries in Southeast Asia have not been able to enforce rules and regulations the way Singapore has been able to do. I mean, some would even quip in private conversations that Singapore has proven itself to be a country of law, not a country of lawyers. And I think at the rate that other countries in Southeast Asia continue to prove themselves to be country of lawyers, it's going to be very difficult for them to attract just a little bit of this $100 trillion worth of liquidity that's floating around. I do take this opportunity to basically convey that the upcoming G20 summit in Bali, I think would be a great opportunity to talk about three things. Number one, how do we make sure that some of that liquidity that's floating around the developed economies could be actually empowered for purposes of making sure that developing economies could move in the right direction and faster? Number two, how those economies could actually allocate the smart capital for not only technological innovation purposes, but also for job creation purposes as to create the necessary political, social, and economic stability. And number three, it's really the climate change agenda. How do we make sure that solar energy can be scalable like we've seen with nuclear? How do we make sure that, geothermal can be empowered in countries like the Philippines and Indonesia with the kind of scale that we're seeing in other places so that we can actually be a modern nation in the next 30 to 40 years as opposed to 130 years. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Wirjawan. I hope that you're getting the applause. That was really a very interesting reflection. I don't like the three shocks that we've been confronted with, but I think it is a very good point that you made, that has been pretty disruptive. And also, let's say, our base for the rebound that we are seeking. And also, thank you very much for referring to the G20 that will be taking place soon. And I think your suggestions are quite apt. You talked in that context about money. Our next speaker is all about that. Dr. Luc. Dr. Can Van Luc, the Chief Economist of the Bank for Investment and Development, BIDV of Vietnam, and also member of the National Financial Monetary Policy Advisory Council. In my short introduction, or not so short introduction, I referred that Vietnam is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and yet carbon emissions remain high, and the need for energy will also remain high. That is a tough situation, looking at the strong and very ambitious ambition of this country to be carbon neutral in 2050. Getting there will definitely be not a walk in the park. It will be a complex journey for many stakeholders in the private and in the public sector, and finance will play a very important role. And Mr. Luc, you are going to reflect on that, and I would like to give you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ambassador Kaman. Thank you, Mofa, and also UNEP for inviting me to come and talk today about one of the key areas in the green recovery and inclusive growth, that is green finance. Okay, so within 7 minutes, I will cover three main areas. Number one, I will talk about the global trend in terms of green growth nowadays. Number two, I will talk about our domestic, our local trend and policies. Number three, I will talk a little bit about green finance, given our time limit. So, see, regarding the global economic green recovery, we have been listening the whole morning up to now. We have been very happy to see many good examples, okay, especially from Korea, India, Singapore, South Africa, and of course, I am also very keen on the 6 lessons drawn by UNEP this morning about green recovery. Thank you for that. Number two, Vietnam has been very much internationally engaged in many FTAs. And under many new FTAs, we are committed to enhance the green recovery, especially CPTPP and even the RCEP and Vietnam EU FTA and so on. Internally, we actually have been having a very good policy and strategy since 2008, whereby the government of Vietnam had initiated a direction for for responding to climate change. And then in 2012, we came up with the green growth strategy. But to be honest, so far, not much has been done on that strategy. So 2015, the Central Bank of Vietnam issued what they call some kind of, guidelines for implementing the green growth strategy, come up with some green banking models. And in 2018, we also had, some kind of guidelines from MOF on green capital market. So, so far, you could see that Vietnam's banking credit, green banking credit, now is about 3.6% of the total bank credit in Vietnam. But when we talk about sustainable finance in Vietnam, it has been about 14% of the total bank credit in Vietnam. On the, green finance, especially the green capital markets, not much has been done. Since 2018 so far, there have been only 4 bond issues, green bond issues, amounting to almost about 300 million US dollars. So I think Vietnam needs to be doing much more in green finance as one of the key areas. Okay. Having said that, finally, I would like to make some, very brief recommendation for Vietnam to go ahead. And maybe you can give me some more inputs. Number one, I think this morning we have heard Professor, Joseph Stiglitz. He talked about the role of money. He talked about the role of green finance. And I still remember he focused on 3 main goals for money. Number one is to get back recovery as quickly as possible. Number 2, we also need to ensure inclusive and green growth with that money. And number 3, we also need to gain sustainable growth in the future by reducing inequality, impacted especially from the COVID-19 pandemic. And then Professor Stiglitz also has recommended 3 ways where we can raise funding for green growth. Number 1, I think it's very important to go ahead with the private and public partnership. This is a very important one. The government needs to provide some money, but the private sector also can provide more funding. Number 2, this is my own recommendation. I would like, Vietnam may initiate what I call the carbon, the carbon trading market. I think Vietnam has got some advantage over this. Number 3, I think Vietnam should facilitate green investment, green consumption, and also green production. How we can do that? I think 4 ways of doing that. Number 1, Vietnam's government need to provide some guidelines for implementing the green growth strategy, which was issued by the PM last October. So we are looking forward to the, to the guidelines very, very soon. Number 2, we also need to update or newly issued the criteria for green banking and green finance. So far, not much has been done on this one. And number 3, we also need to increase awareness by the public, by the corporate, and also by the, by the public entities. especially in terms of information disclosure, in terms of education. As one of the key speakers this morning talked about education playing a very important role in green growth. And next one, we also need to have what I call sticks and carrots, whereby we need to have more incentive for firms, for the people to go for green production investment and also spending. We also need to have got some kind of penalties for those who are not doing a good job in this area. And finally, I think we also need to enhance our international cooperation. So how can we enhance our international cooperation, and in what areas? I think three main areas we should enhance. Number one, Vietnam still need a lot of money, okay, for enhancing our green growth. And number two, we also need to enhance carbon trading with our foreign partners. And I think for this area, UNDP and World Bank and other donors may help us. Number three, we should share the best practices, okay, in terms of green growth, in terms of carbon emission reduction, so on and so forth. So having said that, I would like to thank you again for this very wonderful international workshop, and we look forward to the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Luc. I love the fact that you are being so practical about still rather conceptual problems. And I also really applaud the fact that you highlight in the relationship of the necessity for green finance and green investment, also the relationship between with green consumption. Carrot and sticks, also very important. And I actually love the fact that you say, that you acknowledge that when it comes to making real progress, that international cooperation is one of the best ways to go forward. So perhaps in the discussion we can reflect a bit also on the relationship between the public and the private sector, also bearing in mind what was said in the business roundtable about the plans on the one hand side and the practice on the other hand side. So perhaps the representative of Eurocham, who also made a point about that, can already prepare his intervention there. So international cooperation was mentioned by you, the EVFTA as a good example. I would say the EVFTA is also one of the deeper trade agreements to which Isabelle Durand referred, because it has a sustainability chapter. One of our European colleagues that was closely involved in getting the deal done and also in currently monitoring its follow-up is Ms. Maria Martin Prat de Abreu. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And I would like to give her the floor to talk a bit more about what the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement may bring about for green growth and the green rebound. And since we had Vice President of the European Commission Timmermans here 2 weeks ago as the guest of your country, talking about carbon neutrality and the way EU and Vietnam can work together on greening and lessening emissions, perhaps Mrs. Maria Martin can also reflect on what the Green Deal, apart from the FTA, may bring about for the cooperation in the future with Vietnam. So without further ado, please let me give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Ackerman, honorable members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here with you, even if in a virtual manner, but nevertheless, it gives me the opportunity to share my views on what you have been discussing, green and inclusive economic relations and the rebound of the Vietnam economy. We are all coming from the COVID-19 pandemic. It has affected us, all of us, and it has brought systemic changes and challenges that are here for us to address. And we do need to work together with a view to achieve the change we see we need, starting by the basics. And this is something where I can say, and I'm glad to say, that the EU and Vietnam have worked together hard, for instance, towards making vaccination available to vaccinate their own people. In this front, the EU has been contributing and supporting Vietnam, has made available more than 80 million vaccines so far. COVID gives us opportunities to draw lessons and to adjust our course of action, to become more resilient and to, which is something we were already aiming at doing before COVID, but to really stay on the path of an economic development that is more sustainable and that is greener. Still within that context, the EU is persuaded that we need to rely on an open trade environment, but clearly one that is rules-based and that is sustainable. And in that manner, the sustainability is part of the elements, the solutions that we include in our free trade agreements. So we also have now a very clear, and you were referring to Mr. Timmermans, Commissioner Timmermans being in your country a few weeks back. For us, the European Green Deal is shaping our policies, is shaping our domestic policies, but is also shaping our trade policies. Now, when we're talking about transparency and rules and sustainable trade, I think we can comfortably, not implying by that everything is done, but we can comfortably refer to the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement. It's one of the most important and modern bilateral trade agreements that we have. You know that it entered into force in August 2020, and that we are now in its implementation phase. I think it's fair to say that it has provided further opening and equally important legal certainty and predictability that operators in the EU and Vietnam need in order to take business risks, in order to make investments, and in order to benefit from new opportunities. We see that openness, that predictability and legal certainty having an effect. The agreement has already led to an increase of bilateral trade flows between Vietnam and the European Union. They have gone from 43.2 billion in 2020 to 49.1 billion in 2021. So yes, that means that despite the COVID pandemic, our 2021 bilateral trade increased for about 6 billion euros. Now, the quality of our trade and the quality of the investment is at least as important as the amount, as the numbers that I was just referring to. And that is why I also think that the bilateral trade agreement that we have is a very good tool. You know that we have included, negotiated and agreed a Trade and Sustainable Development chapter. This is becoming not only mainstream, but a sine qua non in the trade policy of the European Union. But we were able to get to a common agreement in the negotiations with Vietnam, in the sense that I think there is a common understanding that this sustainability aspect, and specifically we cover issues related to climate, environment, and labor. Those standards are prerequisites for the trade benefits to really lead to sustainable economic growth. And that is something that I am proud to say is being actively used by Vietnam and by us as a basis for cooperation in the implementation of our free trade agreement. It is a chapter that promotes high standards, in which we take commitments related to employment-related standards as regards the International Labour Organization core principles, ratification of conventions, ratification or implementation of multilateral environmental agreements, and indeed to the respect of the Paris Agreement. We do agree to cooperate in the transition to low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient economies in accordance with the Paris Agreement. And I think also through the reduction and the elimination of tariffs and not tariff barriers, we will make sure that green goods are more competitive and they are more present in our trade and have the effect we hope they can have in a sustainable and green economy. And again, it's not only a cooperation platform in terms of some of these policies, it's also a cooperation platform for dialogue on matters related to innovation and standards. So in that respect, the effect that the FTA may have in green technology and creating jobs that are related to green technology and altogether contributing to lower emissions is very important. Now, we have also agreed to promote corporate social responsibility and to respect, promote, and cooperate on trade-related principles concerning the fundamental rights of work. And in that regard, we are today supporting Vietnam's implementation of the labor rights commitment it undertook as part of the Trade and Sustainable chapter in the Free Trade Agreement. We believe that with full implementation of this chapter, we will have both parties full compliance with international labor and working standards and with environmental commitments. And I think in that respect, we come with really an open engagement approach. We think we have a lot to offer in helping the green transition that we all need. We come with investment that has excellent green technologies. We also come with ambitious standards on responsible business conduct as well as on labor rights. Only a few days ago, the Commission adopted a proposal for mandatory corporate human rights and environmental due diligence. And by that, we are taking further steps to improve the sustainability of the European companies, but also to help improving the sustainability of the European value chains. We stand ready to share with Vietnam our experience, our good practices, those that in the end didn't work as well, but we are ready here to engage in that discussion, and we welcome the openness Vietnam has shown towards ideas that we have already been discussing. Therefore, I have high hopes for a robust regulatory cooperation, which I think I have spoken now for the time that was allocated to me. I just would like to finalize by saying that we look forward, I look forward to the work together with Vietnam in this journey, which I think will get us close cooperation from an economic point of view, but also from a sustainability and green development point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also helping us and me minding the time. I really appreciate that in your presentation you highlighted the qualitative aspects of the free trade agreement that the EU and Vietnam agreed upon, laid down in that sustainability chapter. And I also think it is a good point that you made looking ahead in the future that products that are part and parcel of a greener production process will eventually have lower tariffs. That is a nice combination of the quantitative restrictions or relaxations that there are and the qualitative aspects that we seek when going towards a green transition. So thank you very much for pointing that out. If there is time, perhaps you might briefly reflect also on what the carbon border adjustment mechanism is also, I would say, a qualitative way to judge products that are exported from Vietnam to the European Union, how that may impact the future trade balance between our two countries, which is, at the moment, Vietnam exports more to the European Union than the other way around. So I would say there's room enough for both of us. Without further ado, I would like to go to the last speaker of this distinguished panel, Dr. Caroline Deer-Burbeck, Chatham House Associate Fellow, Director of the Forum on Trade, Environmental Sustainability and the SDGs at the Geneva Trade Platform. As a short introduction, some developing countries are concerned that the climate crisis could have a negative impact on trade and investment if advanced countries introduce climate-related trade and investment barriers, such as, for instance, the carbon border adjustment mechanism that is part of the European Union's Green Deal. Vietnam has an export-oriented and energy-intensive manufacturing sector servicing all major world markets, making it rather vulnerable to such trade barriers. Mrs. Deer-Burbeck, could you please reflect on that and in your speech, for which I will give the floor to you now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for the introduction, and also thank you to the government of Vietnam and UNDP for the invitation to join you today. So in my remarks, I'm going to focus on what kinds of international and multilateral cooperation on trade could support a green and inclusive rebound for developing countries like Vietnam. Now, Ambassador Ackerman at the outset of this panel reminded us of the important environmental crises facing Vietnam, of climate change, pollution, and nature loss. And across the world, of course, the impact of these crises hurts developing countries disproportionately and has a range of economic and social impacts, as well as implications for international trade. At the same time, trade and trade policies, including climate-related trade policies, are directly relevant to a green and inclusive rebound. So I want to speak a little bit about some of the international policy processes that we could create and that already exist that can support efforts of Vietnam to address challenges and seize the opportunities related to greener trade and to boost their efforts to compete in that greener global trading system. Now, there are many environmental dimensions to a green, inclusive rebound, but I will focus mine today on the intersection of climate and trade-related issues and the importance and opportunities for Vietnam to play an active role in shaping such international discussions. So We all know that tackling the intersection of trade and climate policies is central to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. Stopping climate change will require significant changes in the organisation of global value chains and in the composition and geography of trade flows. As no country's economy operates in isolation, the national efforts that some countries take to decarbonise and to implement climate policies will inevitably affect other countries and their trade. So at the receiving end of a growing array of trade-related climate policies, developing countries like Vietnam worry that the potential for a growing array of such measures like BCAs will hamper their trade and sustainable development prospects, and they caution against the risk of disguised protectionism. At the same time, countries like Vietnam are some of the most vulnerable to extreme weather events and shifting climate conditions that will hurt their tradable sectors and pose risk to the resilience of international supply chains that they compete in. So they have a trade interest in addressing this climate challenge as well. Now, we know that some trade flows in some products and highly carbon intensive goods undermines progress on the climate goals. At the same time, we also know that trade has a critical role to play as part of the climate solution. It can play a role in enabling the diffusion and uptake of goods, services and technologies that will be vital for climate action. And already today we've heard other speakers talk about the importance of access to renewable energy technologies, energy efficiency technologies and climate smart technologies. Now, promoting access to these technologies will require, both for climate mitigation and adaptation, will require a close examination of tariff and non-tariff barriers, regulatory cooperation, standards, government procurement, policies related to IP and technology transfer. And it will also require attention to the critical issue that Mr. Ridjawan noted, which is that of boosting financing and investment to enable the green transition. But looking ahead, a really key point is that we need to ensure that trade tensions around climate measures don't thwart progress on climate goals. And this requires strengthened dialogue and international cooperation at the highest political level. There already is a risk of trade conflicts around climate and trade measures, and we have to ensure that climate measures don't create unnecessary barriers to trade. It will also be vital to ensure that trade policies and rules are not an obstacle to climate action and to the policy space. As Isabel mentioned, the countries may need to pursue climate action at the national level. So in short, we need to look more closely at how we can best harness these policies, trade policies, as drivers of economic transformation, but also to do so in ways that promote the just transition that we need to see for developing countries and to support their green competitiveness. So a key priority will be to support developing countries to access technologies, financing, capacity building and technical assistance they need, but also to ensure that rules are designed in a ways that can support their efforts to diversify economically and be green to compete. And this will include supporting countries to adapt their production and trade to the changing climate, fostering trade-related resilience in the face of climate shocks, transforming production practices, and helping business meet new environmental standards and move into for their production and trade. So having said all of this, the challenge is that despite the urgent need for international cooperation, at the international level, there is no official climate and trade agenda, either at the WTO or at the UNFCCC. Now, in the finance arena, we have the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, and this was established in recognition of the need for top-level engagement and cooperation at the ministerial level. But there's no similar anchor for ministerial-level diplomacy and coordination on climate and trade intersection. Now, this gap allows uncertainty, mistrust, and trade tensions to fester, and for climate and trade policymaking to advance in silos, with limited coordination among them and a whole set of disjointed plurilateral, regional and bilateral efforts, which spur also a lot of concern about transparency and effectiveness. So one way forward that I have proposed is that we should have a trade ministers coalition for cooperation on climate action that will provide a focal point for top-level dialogue at the ministerial level to ensure that trade and trade policies work for climate mitigation and adaptation and to foster cooperation around this. Now, beyond the G70, the G20 or the OECD, the key thing about this coalition is that it would involve a broader set of countries to have a seat at the table than is possible through these existing processes. Specifically, it would involve countries most vulnerable to the impacts of the climate crisis, countries particularly impacted by trade-related action on climate, and a wider range of developing countries than we see in the G20. So the key thing is that it would provide a forum for governments to address, discuss tough and complex issues around competitiveness, fairness, transparency, and coordination. Now, there are also new openings for cooperation on environment and trade elsewhere in the multilateral system. The Secretary General of UNCTAD has already talked about the work that UNCTAD is doing in this arena and its recent Barbados declaration. I'm going to get the word wrong, that really gave UNCTAD its greenest yet agenda for its work on trade and development. But I want to focus now on the opportunities at the WTO that Vietnam may wish to consider. The first is there is the opportunity to promote more robust discussion of climate and trade issues through the WTO's regular processes, such as its Committee on Trade and Environment and a range of other committees. The second is to put this issue clearly on the agenda at the next WTO Ministerial Conference and to make sure that any outcome document that emerges includes a clear commitment to inclusive trade-related cooperation on issues of climate and trade. The third opportunity is the process of trade and environmental sustainability structured discussions, which has been bolstered by a ministerial declaration at the WTO last year, which was issued by more than 70 members. Now, co-convened by Canada and Costa Rica, the co-sponsors of this statement included the major trading powers such as the EU, China, and the United States, Japan, and a range of developing countries from Colombia and Chile to Fiji, Senegal, and Chad. Now, together, they're encouraging WTO members to find ways to cooperate on trade and environment issues. In this coming year, their work will involve plenary sessions and 4 work streams that will focus on environmental goods and services, on circular economy, on environmentally harmful subsidies, and on climate and trade. So on climate, my view is that this process provides opportunities to pursue an inclusive dialogue and cooperation on the intersection of trade and climate in ways that address the views and concerns of developing countries. But for this to happen, developing countries need to use this process, participate in it, put their views forward on ways that they feel that we could promote cooperation on these topics, the kinds of approaches that would mitigate their concerns about unfair measures, and also ways in which we could use trade policies to support their efforts nationally to green their trade. Now, critically, the co-sponsors have underlined that joining the Testee Statement doesn't bind any country to negotiations or new multilateral rules or market access commitments. Indeed, no member has put forward any proposal for any new agreement or rules on climate issues. Rather, the focus of this process is to provide a much-needed informal space for members to galvanize cooperation and attention to these topics, exchange views, share proposals, incubate innovative ways forward. As I'm sure my time is running out, I just also want to mention that a further development at the WTO that may be of interest to Vietnam is the ministerial statement on plastic pollution and environmentally sustainable plastics trade, which also involves almost 70 WTO members. It is mostly led by developing countries and includes 2 of Vietnam's neighbors, namely the Philippines and Cambodia, as co-sponsors. And here the idea is to look for concrete opportunities for cooperation on trade and trade policy that would help reduce plastic pollution, which I know is a major issue in Vietnam, and also to support the transition to more environmentally sustainable plastics trade. So to close, I hope that I provided a useful overview of some of the opportunities to bolster international cooperation on climate and trade in ways that engage developing countries, reflect their trade priorities, or environment-related trade priorities, and their sustainable development interests. So by engaging actively, countries like Vietnam have an opportunity to push for cooperation, the kind of cooperation that's needed to avoid a 2-tier green global economy, where many developing countries risk being unable to compete in sustainable trade, whilst continuing to suffer economically from environmental impacts. So a closing thought is that more meaningful dialogue and action at the international level will require efforts to build policy coherence at the national level, involving environment, development, and trade policymakers working together. And it will also require the kind of leadership and engagement we've seen today at this conference from the business sector and research communities and civil society. So thank you so much for your opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. I hope you get the round of applause that you definitely have deserved, also for building upon Dr. Luke's remark that international cooperation is very, very important if you want to be effective in the area of trade, investment, finance, innovation for a green rebound. I see a dialogue starting between Hanoi and Geneva, and that is actually how we started this panel, so I think that's very good. And then we can have participants pitch in from other regions and from other sectors than the trade institutions and the government sector. I shared with the panelists before we actually met today that the downside of having a very interesting panel with very good and provocative and inspiring speakers, that there's always too little time. And such is the case today as well, because we only have a few minutes left for a Q&A and a dialogue. Please let me do justice to the people in the room and who are joining us online to see whether they have any pertinent questions or remarks that they would like to feed back to the panelists. I'm looking into the room now. Is there any request for a remark from the private sector, as they were quite vocal earlier, and I think we had a lot of panelists referring to the importance of the private sector in engaging in this joint journey towards a more green world? I don't see any, but anyways, the point that was made was noted. Then amongst the panelists, perhaps taking up the remark by Carolyn that we're actually looking for a platform, a global platform of perhaps trade ministers that concern themselves with climate aspects and climate action, and the fact that you referred to Geneva. Can I ask Isabelle Durand to reflect on that suggestion very briefly from an UNCTAD perspective, which includes a larger group of countries than at the moment the WTO does, and then perhaps have a short reflection on that topic, on the idea of getting that forum in gear from our other speakers as well. And I'm going to manage your time.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I think that it's a fantastic idea, and I support it a lot, because I think that that's really the role of UNCTAD. We are not a rule-making organization, we are not the WTO, but if we can help and support also with material, data, etc., a coalition of ministers willing to lead environment and trade approach, of course we will. And I'm sure that it's an initiative which could help to change progressively the tone and the mood within the WTO, maybe not on very, very short term, but I think that it's really important to have leaders in this regard, leaders from different regions of the world, not only the developed countries, because of course, when we speak about, for instance, the CBAM, the board adjustment on CO2, that the EU discuss and would like to apply, that of course is a very good idea, but it also creates a lot of resistance in developing countries. So it's important that if there is a coalition of different minister of trade and not development and not environment, but trade minister, I think that it's a very interesting idea.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being very supportive. Let's go to a former Minister of Trade who has ample experience in Geneva and the WTO as well. Mr. Virjavan, is it a good suggestion, and should we take it up with Hanoi as its nucleus?
I'm not in disagreement with the idea, but let me just bring up some reality. I think the difficulty with which most trade ministers come with is when they go back to their original countries with the reality that the people actually don't understand what's been happening and what needs to happen. And that's the political part of things. And when I go to classrooms and explain that we've actually emitted about 1,500 gigatons of carbon, and we only have about 2,000 to 3,000 gigatons of carbon, and we're emitting about 60 to 70 gigatons of carbon, the Gen Z and the millennials in my country don't understand those facts. And I think it's important to actually invest in resources that would educate the general public to understand not only the limitations, but I think the opportunities that lay ahead. I'm a big believer of the Paris Accord. I'm a big believer of the creation of an international platform, but I think each country is accountable for purposes of making sure that the citizens that they represent understand whenever a representative goes to that forum as to speak for not only the interest of the people, but the interest of the world. I think that's a long shot, but I think in the near term, we gotta get the younger generation to take political ownership with what matters from a climate change standpoint.
Okay, thank you very much for that reality check, and I do agree with you. It is all very complex, but then again, it's perhaps still worth the while, especially when you include youth, our future generations. Everything that we do today will impact them tomorrow. So I would still not throw it off the table, and perhaps, well, he's not here, unfortunately, because he was not able to return to this meeting, the Vice Minister of Trade and Industry of Vietnam. We might perhaps reflect back on this meeting and see if we can get him engaged. And I hope, Dr. Luc, that you will then join me together with UNDP and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in reflecting on that and at least making sure that he understands the importance of international cooperation that was tabled and put forward here today as one of the most important things or conditions, actually a prerequisite if we want to make a change in our economy and transitioning it to a more sustainable and a more inclusive economy that leaves no one behind, and especially in this case, no one in Vietnam. I have to wrap up. I'm terribly sorry. We could have used to need. We would have loved to have more time with you, especially the people who are joining us in the panel. Dr. Luc, besides me, all the other panelists online. Thank you very much from wherever you are at this moment in the world for your active participation, your really very interesting thoughts, ideas, reality checks, shocks, from an economic or a real-life perspective, and we do hope that we may call upon you if the ideas that were floated here today get some traction. So thank you very much, and in Vietnamese we would say Xin Kam An.
Chúng tôi xin kết thúc phiên họp 2 về chủ đề thương mại.
Wrapping up the session 2 on trade, investment and innovation for sustainable rebound. Thank you, Excellency Alsbeth Ackermann, for serving as the moderator for the session. Thank you all the panelists for your very insightful information. I wish to ask you all to take a coffee break and return to our conference hall at 3:45 p.m. for session 3 on strengthening the role of government in accelerating a green and inclusive rebound in Hanoi Tam. Thank you.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua mình cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất nhiều. Tôi là người lao động nhập cư, lao động tự do, cửa hàng bị đóng cửa. Trong khoảng thời gian đấy không có thu nhập mà vẫn phải chi trả tiền nhà, tiền sinh hoạt gia đình, nên gia đình rất là khó khăn.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua nhà tôi gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Đợt dịch vừa rồi thì nói chung tôi thì sống ở quê ra đây cho nên là rất là ảnh hưởng. Vì dịch bệnh cho nên là tôi không thể bán hàng được. Kinh tế nói chung là nó cũng eo hẹp. Công việc của mình qua cái đợt dịch vừa rồi thì ảnh hưởng khá là nhiều. Để đảm bảo an toàn là công ty cho nhân viên là phải làm việc tại nhà. Mình phải làm việc tại nhà gần một nửa năm. Và cái việc kết nối hay là làm việc với cả đồng nghiệp online thì nó cũng không thể hiệu quả được bằng làm việc trực tiếp như trước. Hơn nữa là thu nhập của anh chị em cũng bị cắt giảm khá là nhiều.
Trong dịch bệnh vừa qua thì tôi không hề bị ảnh hưởng gì. Bởi tôi cứ chấp hành theo lệnh của nhà nước.
Tôi nói riêng và những người dân nói chung thì cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất là nhiều. Tại vì mọi người là không đi buôn bán được, giao dịch được nên tất cả các mặt hàng là bị ứ đọng. Như tôi làm kinh doanh là cũng bị phòng trọ không có người.
Trong cái đợt này dịch đã được kiểm soát, tôi đã được mở cửa hàng lại, thu nhập nó cũng đi vào gần ổn định. Hết giãn cách thì chúng tôi được đi lại bình thường, về quê thăm bố mẹ, ông bà.
Đỡ dịch hơn thì giãn cách giờ mới được đi chợ ra.
Trong quá trình phục hồi, mình cũng theo 5K chỉ thị của chính phủ, khuyến khích đến đâu thì mình làm đến đấy. Nói tóm lại là đi đâu là phải khẩu trang, khử khuẩn, rất là phải cẩn thận để còn bán hàng phục vụ nhân dân. Trong quá trình phục hồi lần này thì mình mong là công ty sẽ trở lại hoạt động được bình thường, mình có thể đến được công ty để làm việc với mọi người, đồng nghiệp hiệu quả hơn.
Sau khi dịch này giảm đi rồi thì tôi cũng có ý định là đi du lịch. Lâu quá rồi tôi chưa được đi du lịch.
Sau cái phục hồi này thì tôi thấy là cái nền kinh tế đang trên đà phát triển. Nhà trọ của chúng tôi là đã được có khách dần đến và các mặt hàng là đã được mở mang, tại vì có khách đến thì bán được hàng và mọi người dân là cũng được đi trải nghiệm và đi du lịch, đi du xuân, đi chơi, đi thăm hỏi thì mọi người cuộc sống thấy nó dễ chịu hơn.
Tôi chỉ mong muốn là đợt dịch này chóng qua, công việc nó thuận lợi hơn.
Nếu như mà hết dịch thì coi là mong cuộc sống sẽ coi là đỡ vất vả hơn. Đi chợ đi búa cũng dễ dàng hơn, rồi coi là hoa màu làm ra cũng coi là dễ bán hơn. Rồi con cái cũng có công ăn việc làm hơn.
Chúng tôi cũng mong nhà nước quan tâm và giúp đỡ những người buôn bán tự do như chúng tôi để chúng tôi khôi phục lại kinh tế để quay trở lại bán hàng để mưu sinh vì cuộc sống. Mình mong muốn là nhà nước sẽ đẩy mạnh tiến độ tiêm mũi 3 cho toàn người dân và cuộc sống trở lại bình thường mới và mình có thể tự do dễ dàng đi du lịch lại như cũ như bình thường.
Tôi không có cái mong muốn gì, bởi vì đối với tôi thì cuộc sống rất là ổn định và đầy đủ. Tôi chỉ mong rằng là nhà nước hỗ trợ nhân dân thêm nhưng nó phải có kế hoạch, chứ không phải khi dân kêu là cứ hỗ trợ bừa bãi thì vừa tốn tiền của nhà nước mà không đem lại cái hiệu quả tốt.
Sau hết dịch lần này thì tôi muốn là nhà nước Việt Nam nói chung và tỉnh mình nói riêng thì cũng nên hỗ trợ những cái hộ kinh doanh, những cái hộ buôn bán hoặc những cái người dân là phát triển về mọi mặt để đẩy nhanh ổn định cái nền kinh tế của nước nhà.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua mình cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất nhiều. Tôi là người lao động nhập cư, lao động tự do, cửa hàng bị đóng cửa. Trong khoảng thời gian đấy không có thu nhập mà vẫn phải chi trả tiền nhà, tiền sinh hoạt gia đình nên gia đình rất là khó khăn.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua nhà tôi gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Đợt dịch vừa rồi thì nói chung tôi thì sống ở quê ra đây cho nên là rất là ảnh hưởng. Vì dịch bệnh cho nên là tôi không thể bán hàng được. Kinh tế nói chung là nó cũng eo hẹp. Công việc của mình qua cái đợt dịch vừa rồi thì ảnh hưởng khá là nhiều. Để đảm bảo an toàn là công ty cho nhân viên là phải làm việc tại nhà. Mình phải làm việc tại nhà gần một nửa năm. Và cái việc kết nối hay là làm việc với cả đồng nghiệp online thì nó cũng không thể hiệu quả được bằng làm việc trực tiếp như trước. Hơn nữa là thu nhập của anh chị em cũng bị cắt giảm khá là nhiều.
Trong dịch bệnh vừa qua thì tôi không hề bị ảnh hưởng gì. Bởi tôi cứ chấp hành theo lệnh của nhà nước.
Tôi nói riêng và những người dân nói chung thì cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất là nhiều. Tại vì mọi người là không đi buôn bán được, giao dịch được nên tất cả các mặt hàng là bị ứ đọng. Như tôi làm kinh doanh là cũng bị phòng trọ không có người.
Trong cái đợt này dịch đã được kiểm soát, tôi đã được mở cửa hàng lại, thu nhập nó cũng đi vào gần ổn định. Hết giãn cách thì chúng tôi được đi lại bình thường, về quê thăm bố mẹ, ông bà.
Đỡ dịch hơn thì giãn cách giờ mới được đi chợ đã.
Trong quá trình phục hồi, mình cũng theo 5K chỉ thị của chính phủ, khuyến khích đến đâu thì mình làm đến đấy. Nói tóm lại là đi đâu là phải khẩu trang, khử khuẩn, rất là phải cẩn thận để còn bán hàng phục vụ nhân dân.
Trong quá trình phục hồi lần này thì mình mong là công ty sẽ trở lại hoạt động được bình thường, mình có thể đến được công ty để làm việc với mọi người, đồng nghiệp hiệu quả hơn.
Sau khi dịch này giảm đi rồi thì tôi cũng có ý định là đi du lịch. Lâu quá rồi tôi chưa được đi du lịch.
Sau cái phục hồi này thì tôi thấy là cái nền kinh tế đang trên đà phát triển. Nhà trọ của chúng tôi là đã được có khách dần đến và các mặt hàng đã được mở mang, tại vì có khách đến thì bán được hàng và mọi người dân là cũng được đi trải nghiệm và đi du lịch, đi du xuân, đi chơi, đi thăm hỏi thì mọi người cuộc sống thấy nó dễ chịu hơn.
Tôi chỉ mong muốn là đợt dịch này chóng qua, công việc nó thuận lợi hơn.
Nếu như mà hết dịch thì coi là mong cuộc sống sẽ coi là đỡ vất vả hơn. Đi chợ đi búa cũng dễ dàng hơn, rồi coi là hoa màu làm ra cũng coi là dễ bán hơn. Rồi con cái cũng có công ăn việc làm hơn.
Chúng tôi cũng mong nhà nước quan tâm và giúp đỡ những người buôn bán tự do như chúng tôi để chúng tôi khôi phục lại kinh tế để quay trở lại bán hàng để mưu sinh vì cuộc sống.
Mình mong muốn là nhà nước sẽ đẩy mạnh tiến độ tiêm mũi 3 cho toàn người dân và cuộc sống trở lại bình thường mới và mình có thể tự do, dễ dàng đi du lịch lại như cũ, như bình thường.
Tôi không có cái mong muốn gì, bởi vì đối với tôi thì cuộc sống rất là ổn định và đầy đủ. Tôi chỉ mong rằng là nhà nước hỗ trợ nhân dân thêm, nhưng nó phải có kế hoạch, chứ không phải khi dân kêu là cứ hỗ trợ bừa bãi thì vừa tốn tiền của nhà nước mà không đem lại cái hiệu quả tốt.
Sau hết dịch lần này thì tôi muốn là nhà nước Việt Nam nói chung và tỉnh mình nói riêng thì cũng nên hỗ trợ những cái hộ kinh doanh, những cái hộ buôn bán hoặc những cái người dân là phát triển về mọi mặt để đẩy nhanh ổn định cái nền kinh tế của nước nhà.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua mình cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất nhiều. Tôi là người lao động nhập cư, lao động tự do, cửa hàng bị đóng cửa. Trong khoảng thời gian đấy không có thu nhập mà vẫn phải chi trả tiền nhà, tiền sinh hoạt gia đình, nên gia đình rất là khó khăn.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua nhà tôi gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Đợt dịch vừa rồi thì nói chung tôi thì sống ở quê ra đây cho nên là rất là ảnh hưởng. Vì dịch bệnh cho nên là tôi không thể bán hàng được. Kinh tế nói chung là nó cũng eo hẹp.
Công việc của mình qua cái đợt dịch vừa rồi thì ảnh hưởng khá là nhiều. Để đảm bảo an toàn là công ty cho nhân viên là phải làm việc tại nhà. Mình phải làm việc tại nhà gần một nửa năm. Và cái việc kết nối hay là làm việc với cả đồng nghiệp online thì nó cũng không thể hiệu quả được bằng làm việc trực tiếp như trước. Hơn nữa là thu nhập của anh chị em cũng bị cắt giảm khá là nhiều.
Trong dịch bệnh vừa qua thì tôi không hề bị ảnh hưởng gì, bởi tôi cứ chấp hành theo lệnh của nhà nước.
Tôi nói riêng và những người dân nói chung thì cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất là nhiều, tại vì mọi người là không đi buôn bán được, giao dịch được nên tất cả các mặt hàng là bị ứ đọng. Như tôi làm kinh doanh là cũng bị phòng trọ không có người.
Trong cái đợt này dịch đã được kiểm soát, tôi đã được mở cửa hàng lại, thu nhập nó cũng đi vào gần ổn định. Hết giãn cách thì chúng tôi được đi lại bình thường, về quê thăm bố mẹ, ông bà.
Đỡ dịch hơn thì giãn cách giờ mới được đi chợ đã.
Trong quá trình phục hồi mình cũng theo 5K chỉ thị của chính phủ, khuyến khích đến đâu thì mình làm đến đấy. Nói tóm lại là đi đâu là phải khẩu trang, khử khuẩn, rất là phải cẩn thận để còn bán hàng phục vụ nhân dân.
Trong quá trình phục hồi lần này thì mình mong là công ty sẽ trở lại hoạt động được bình thường, mình có thể đến được công ty để làm việc với mọi người, đồng nghiệp hiệu quả hơn.
Sau khi dịch này giảm đi rồi thì tôi cũng có ý định là đi du lịch. Lâu quá rồi tôi chưa được đi du lịch.
Sau cái phục hồi này thì tôi thấy là cái nền kinh tế đang trên đà phát triển. Nhà trọ của chúng tôi là đã được có khách dần đến và các mặt hàng đã được mở mang, tại vì có khách đến thì bán được hàng và mọi người dân là cũng được đi trải nghiệm và đi du lịch, đi du xuân, đi chơi, đi thăm hỏi thì mọi người cuộc sống thấy nó dễ chịu hơn.
Tôi chỉ mong muốn là đợt dịch này chóng qua, công việc nó thuận lợi hơn.
Nếu như mà hết dịch thì coi là mong cuộc sống sẽ coi là đỡ vất vả hơn. Đi chợ đi búa cũng dễ dàng hơn, rồi coi là hoa màu làm ra cũng coi là dễ bán hơn. Rồi con cái cũng có công ăn việc làm hơn.
Chúng tôi cũng mong nhà nước quan tâm và giúp đỡ những người buôn bán tự do như chúng tôi để chúng tôi khôi phục lại kinh tế để quay trở lại bán hàng để mưu sinh vì cuộc sống.
Mình mong muốn là nhà nước sẽ đẩy mạnh tiến độ tiêm mũi 3 cho toàn người dân và cuộc sống trở lại bình thường mới, và mình có thể tự do dễ dàng đi du lịch lại như cũ như bình thường.
Tôi thì không có cái mong muốn gì, bởi vì đối với tôi thì cuộc sống rất là ổn định và đầy đủ. Tôi chỉ mong rằng là nhà nước hỗ trợ nhân dân thêm, nhưng nó phải có kế hoạch, chứ không phải khi dân kêu là cứ hỗ trợ bừa bãi thì vừa tốn tiền của nhà nước mà không đem lại cái hiệu quả tốt.
Sau hết dịch lần này thì tôi muốn là nhà nước Việt Nam nói chung và tỉnh mình nói riêng thì cũng nên hỗ trợ những cái hộ kinh doanh, những cái hộ buôn bán hoặc những cái người dân là phát triển về mọi mặt để đẩy nhanh ổn định cái nền kinh tế của nước nhà.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua mình cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất nhiều. Tôi là người lao động nhập cư, lao động tự do, cửa hàng bị đóng cửa. Trong khoảng thời gian đấy không có thu nhập mà vẫn phải chi trả tiền nhà, tiền sinh hoạt gia đình, nên gia đình rất là khó khăn.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua nhà tôi gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Đợt dịch vừa rồi thì nói chung tôi thì sống ở quê ra đây cho nên là rất là ảnh hưởng. Vì dịch bệnh cho nên là tôi không thể bán hàng được. Kinh tế nói chung là nó cũng eo hẹp.
Công việc của mình qua cái đợt dịch vừa rồi thì ảnh hưởng khá là nhiều. Để đảm bảo an toàn là công ty cho nhân viên là phải làm việc tại nhà. Mình phải làm việc tại nhà gần một nửa năm. Và cái việc kết nối hay là làm việc với cả đồng nghiệp online thì nó cũng không thể hiệu quả được bằng làm việc trực tiếp như trước. Hơn nữa là thu nhập của anh chị em cũng bị cắt giảm khá là nhiều.
Trong dịch bệnh vừa qua thì tôi không hề bị ảnh hưởng gì, bởi tôi cứ chấp hành theo lệnh của nhà nước.
Tôi nói riêng và những người dân nói chung thì cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất là nhiều, tại vì mọi người là không đi buôn bán được, giao dịch được nên tất cả các mặt hàng là bị ứ đọng. Như tôi làm kinh doanh là cũng bị phòng trọ không có người.
Trong cái đợt này dịch đã được kiểm soát, tôi đã được mở cửa hàng lại, thu nhập nó cũng đi vào gần ổn định. Hết giãn cách thì chúng tôi được đi lại bình thường, về quê thăm bố mẹ, ông bà.
Đỡ dịch hơn thì giãn cách rồi mới được đi chợ ra.
Trong quá trình phục hồi mình cũng theo 5K chỉ thị của chính phủ, khuyến khích đến đâu thì mình làm đến đấy. Nói tóm lại là đi đâu là phải khẩu trang, khử khuẩn, rất là phải cẩn thận để còn bán hàng phục vụ nhân dân.
Trong quá trình phục hồi lần này thì mình mong là công ty sẽ trở lại hoạt động được bình thường, mình có thể đến được công ty để làm việc với mọi người, đồng nghiệp hiệu quả hơn.
Sau khi dịch này giảm đi rồi thì tôi cũng có ý định là đi du lịch. Lâu quá rồi tôi chưa được đi du lịch.
Sau cái phục hồi này thì tôi thấy là cái nền kinh tế đang trên đà phát triển. Nhà trọ của chúng tôi là đã được có khách dần đến và các mặt hàng là đã được mở mang, tại vì có khách đến thì bán được hàng và mọi người dân là cũng được đi trải nghiệm và đi du lịch, đi du xuân, đi chơi, đi thăm hỏi thì mọi người cuộc sống thấy nó dễ chịu hơn.
Tôi chỉ mong muốn là đợt dịch này chóng qua, công việc nó thuận lợi hơn.
Nếu như mà hết dịch thì coi là mong cuộc sống sẽ coi là đỡ vất vả hơn. Đi chợ đi búa cũng dễ dàng hơn, rồi coi là hoa màu làm ra cũng coi là dễ bán hơn. Rồi con cái cũng có công ăn việc làm hơn.
Chúng tôi cũng mong nhà nước quan tâm và giúp đỡ những người buôn bán tự do như chúng tôi để chúng tôi khôi phục lại kinh tế để quay trở lại bán hàng để mưu sinh vì cuộc sống.
Mình mong muốn là nhà nước sẽ đẩy mạnh tiến độ tiêm mũi 3 cho toàn người dân và cuộc sống trở lại bình thường mới, và mình có thể tự do dễ dàng đi du lịch lại như cũ như bình thường.
Tôi thì không có cái mong muốn gì, bởi vì Đối với tôi thì cuộc sống rất là ổn định và đầy đủ. Tôi chỉ mong rằng là nhà nước hỗ trợ nhân dân thêm, nhưng nó phải có kế hoạch, chứ không phải khi dân kêu là cứ hỗ trợ bừa bãi thì vừa tốn tiền của nhà nước mà không đem lại cái hiệu quả tốt.
Sau hết dịch lần này thì tôi muốn là nhà nước Việt Nam nói chung và tỉnh mình nói riêng thì cũng nên hỗ trợ những cái hộ kinh doanh, những cái hộ buôn bán hoặc những cái người dân là phát triển về mọi mặt để đẩy nhanh ổn định cái nền kinh tế của nước nhà.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua mình cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất nhiều. Tôi là người lao động nhập cư, lao động tự do, cửa hàng bị đóng cửa. Trong khoảng thời gian đấy không có thu nhập mà vẫn phải chi trả tiền nhà, tiền sinh hoạt gia đình, nên gia đình rất là khó khăn.
Trong đợt dịch vừa qua nhà tôi gặp rất nhiều khó khăn.
Đợt dịch vừa rồi thì nói chung tôi thì sống ở quê ra đây cho nên là rất là ảnh hưởng. Vì dịch bệnh cho nên là tôi không thể bán hàng được. Kinh tế nói chung là nó cũng eo hẹp.
Công việc của mình qua cái đợt dịch vừa rồi thì ảnh hưởng khá là nhiều. Để đảm bảo an toàn là công ty cho nhân viên là phải làm việc tại nhà. Mình phải làm việc tại nhà gần một nửa năm. Và cái việc kết nối hay là làm việc với cả đồng nghiệp online thì nó cũng không thể hiệu quả được bằng làm việc trực tiếp như trước. Hơn nữa là thu nhập của anh chị em cũng bị cắt giảm khá là nhiều.
Trong dịch bệnh vừa qua thì tôi không hề bị ảnh hưởng gì, bởi tôi cứ chấp hành theo lệnh của nhà nước.
Tôi nói riêng và những người dân nói chung thì cũng bị ảnh hưởng rất là nhiều, tại vì mọi người là không đi buôn bán được, giao dịch được nên tất cả các mặt hàng là bị ứ đọng. Như tôi làm kinh doanh là cũng bị phòng trọ không có người.
Trong cái đợt này dịch đã được kiểm soát, tôi đã được mở cửa hàng lại, thu nhập nó cũng đi vào gần ổn định. Hết giãn cách thì chúng tôi được đi lại bình thường, về quê thăm bố mẹ, ông bà.
Đỡ dịch hơn thì giãn cách giờ mới được đi chợ ra.
Trong quá trình phục hồi mình cũng theo 5K chỉ thị của chính phủ, khuyến khích đến đâu thì mình làm đến đấy. Nói tóm lại là đi đâu là phải khẩu trang, khử khuẩn, rất là phải cẩn thận để còn bán hàng phục vụ nhân dân.
Trong quá trình phục hồi lần này thì mình mong là công ty sẽ trở lại hoạt động được bình thường, mình có thể đến được công ty để làm việc với mọi người, đồng nghiệp hiệu quả hơn.
Sau khi dịch này giảm đi rồi thì tôi cũng có ý định là đi du lịch. Lâu quá rồi tôi chưa được đi du lịch.
Sau cái phục hồi này thì tôi thấy là cái nền kinh tế đang trên đà phát triển. Nhà trọ của chúng tôi là đã được có khách dần đến và các mặt hàng là đã được mở mang, tại vì có khách đến thì bán được hàng và mọi người dân là cũng được đi trải nghiệm và đi du lịch, đi du xuân, đi chơi, đi thăm hỏi thì mọi người cuộc sống thấy nó dễ chịu hơn.
Tôi chỉ mong muốn là đợt dịch này chóng qua, công việc nó thuận lợi hơn.
Nếu như mà hết dịch thì coi là mong cuộc sống sẽ coi là đỡ vất vả hơn. Đi chợ đi búa cũng dễ dàng hơn, rồi coi là hoa màu làm ra cũng coi là dễ bán hơn. Rồi con cái cũng có công ăn việc làm hơn.
Chúng tôi cũng mong nhà nước quan tâm và giúp đỡ những người buôn bán tự do như chúng tôi để chúng tôi khôi phục lại kinh tế để quay trở lại bán hàng để mưu sinh vì cuộc sống.
Mình mong muốn là nhà nước sẽ đẩy mạnh tiến độ tiêm mũi 3 cho toàn người dân và cuộc sống trở lại bình thường mới và mình có thể tự do dễ dàng đi du lịch lại như cũ như bình thường.
Tôi không có cái mong muốn gì, bởi vì đối với tôi thì cuộc sống rất là ổn định và đầy đủ. Tôi chỉ mong rằng là nhà nước hỗ trợ nhân dân thêm, nhưng nó phải có kế hoạch, chứ không phải khi dân kêu là cứ hỗ trợ bừa bãi thì vừa tốn tiền của nhà nước mà không đem lại cái hiệu quả tốt.
Sau hết dịch lần này thì tôi muốn là nhà nước Việt Nam nói chung và tỉnh mình nói riêng thì cũng nên hỗ trợ những cái hộ kinh doanh, những cái hộ buôn bán hoặc những cái người dân là phát triển về mọi mặt để đẩy nhanh ổn định cái nền kinh tế của nước nhà.
At your seats so that we can proceed with the next session in our agenda. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to welcome you back to the session 3 of our international conference today on strengthening the role of government in accelerating a green and inclusive rebound. We should invite Excellency UNDP Resident Representative in Vietnam, Caitlin Wiesen, and Madame Phạm Chi Lan, economist from VCCI.
Welcome back to our third and final session of the day. I'm delighted to welcome you. We have here distinguished panelist, Madam Phạm Chi Lan. Delighted to be here with you. And we have an exciting session for you today, looking at the key role that government can play in accelerating a green, inclusive economic rebound. I think we've heard over the course of the day the increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world that we live in, VUCA world, and the need in this complexity for a new kind of governance, one that's more anticipatory, adapts faster, and is agile. At the same time, the ambitions that the government has entered into for COP26 commitments for accelerating a circular carbon neutral future requires a mission or oriented or purpose-driven approach. And this is, we found, is increasingly critical to mobilize innovation and resources to achieve a green, inclusive future now. So what we will be looking at today is what is the role of the state in making this happen? Our session will look at experiences from countries that have built synergies between markets and government policies to leverage resources and innovation for breakthrough transformations. We will also be hearing of policies and governance structures that countries have put in place to promote sustainability and inclusion at the center, at both national and regional levels. And finally, this session will also explore how a mission-oriented, purpose-driven approach can support Vietnam in translating bold commitments from COP26 into accelerated transformations for achieving a green and inclusive economic rebound. So without further ado, and here to kick off this session is Professor Mariana Mazzucato. She is professor in the economics of innovation and public value at the University College of London. She is also founding director of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Professor Mazzucato holds numerous awards and is author of 3 books, notably Entrepreneurial State and Mission and Economy. And in addition to many of her other roles, she acts as a member of the South African President's Economic Advisory Council and the OECD Secretary General's Advisory Group on a New Growth Narrative. So I am delighted to now pass the floor to Professor Mariana Mazzucato.
Thank you so much. I hope you can still see me. The problem with sharing screen is all of a sudden the human being disappears. But I will stop sharing when I'm done with the actual presentation. So thank you so much. It's a real honor to speak to you about a green, inclusive rebound. And what I would like to argue is that it doesn't happen on its own. It has to happen with a complete reframing of the economic thinking also behind economic policy. John Maynard Keynes, a very famous economist, once said that practitioners on the ground getting the job done were often slaves of defunct economic theory. So this relationship with the underlying assumptions that continue to drive thinking around economic policy and the much bolder type of policies that we need kind of a relationship between the two. We need to think, better policy, what kind of better theory does it require, but also on the ground, what do we learn? What have we learned, for example, in Vietnam during the COVID-19 pandemic around dynamic public capabilities? What does that mean for the theory of the state that actually we should be building? So I want to actually begin with this moment that we're facing still globally, which is in fact the COVID-19 pandemic, where honestly we were just caught so unprepared globally at every single level. whether it was the test and trace system, which really was rolled out too late and not in a systemic way globally, whether it's the digital divide, which meant that so many young people across the world didn't continue to have access to their human right to education, whether it's the PPE, the personal protection equipment, that was not delivered to all the frontline workers, who then we called essential workers, but we don't actually value them and how we measure GDP, for example. We confuse, as I argued in a book called The Value of Everything, price with value. And we're not actually paying and resourcing and valuing the social infrastructure that, of course, we need so that when a pandemic hits, we are more prepared. And of course, the vaccine itself, yes, we have vaccines, but the vaccine is not the mission. To have global access and vaccinate everyone in the world, that is the mission. And if we don't structure our intellectual property rights, for example, in order to actually govern a system that has public purpose and the common good at the center, we end up with what Dr. Tedros at the World Health Organization has called vaccine apartheid. And unfortunately, that is what we have today. And of course, we have the climate change, battle that preceded this COVID pandemic and is still, incredibly tragic. Why is it tragic? Because of what Greta Thunberg, a young woman who keeps, reminding us that we cannot just keep blah, blah, blah. We have to walk the talk of sustainability. We have to walk the talk after COP26. And again, we are not doing that. 56% of COVID-19 recovery funding has been allocated to energy companies which are still fossil fuel based. That is tragic. That is absolutely tragic. So these multiple crises that we're facing and also how they resonate in particular parts of the world, for example, in Southeast Asia, where sea levels are rising, where 450 million people live in coastal areas, where this is creating massive community displacement and billions of damage to infrastructure, which has, of course, mainly a social cost, but also an economic cost. What is the way that we should be thinking about this? And what I've been arguing for some time is that there's no way to solve and to battle these types of crises, but also in a more proactive way to really construct an economy around the Sustainable Development Goals if we don't actually elevate the concept of directionality, the direction of growth. We talk too often about the rate of growth, which, yes, that matters. It matters to jobs, it matters to productivity. But whether that economy that we build is one that is sustainable, one that is inclusive, requires talking explicitly about the directionality of growth and how to really harness both the public sector and the private sector, but increasingly also civil society organizations, including trade unions, to really work together to actually tilt the playing field towards the direction of smart, sustainable, inclusive growth. And we have the language. We have the language of the SDGs since 2015. Not that long ago, by the way. We should remember that this is something we've all agreed to globally. We have the language of the Green Deal, and I highlight the word deal because the deal means a new social contract. Biden talks about Build Back Better. You talk about the Rebound. The European Union has been talking about smart, sustainable, inclusive growth. And of course, industrial strategy is a wonderful word as well. But what do these things mean literally in terms of how we design our government institutions, our private sector corporate governance, but also the relationships between public, private, third sector? So that these are dynamic relationships, symbiotic relationships, mutualistic relationships, and not parasitic relationships, right? Speak to any biologist, they will tell you that an ecosystem isn't necessarily a normative word. These can be dysfunctional ecosystems or functional ecosystems. And the problem with how we've organized our government institutions is not so much the Reaganite and Thatcherite problem, which was government get out of the way. We've kind of grown up, right? We're adults in the room. So the real problem is that even when we talk about the role of government as being positive, not just negative, we've gotten stuck. We're really stuck in talking about it as fixing problems, fixing what economists who like to sound fancy call market failures. So if you're always fixing a market failure, you will literally always be too little too late. It also makes you always fear something, right? You're fearing failure. You're not constructing the new, the common good. the public good in economics is framed as a correction for something the private sector is not doing, like basic research and development spending. Now, that's very important because these market failures exist. But what does it mean actually to have a much bolder framing, which is really around the common good, which means we construct something together? Now, to do that, I've been arguing that we need to move away from market fixing towards market shaping, market co-creation and co-shaping, not by any one actor. It's not just the state. It's of course not just the private sector. And believe me, it'll never be just philanthropies, who unfortunately are often needed precisely when these other actors don't do their job properly. And so in the entrepreneurial state, which I was very happy was translated in Vietnam, I argued that actually we need to think more in terms of an investor of first resort, not a lender of last resort. You know, we wouldn't have the internet if governments didn't actually have a much more proactive market shaping, market creating logic. But the internet didn't come about because government said, we want the internet. You know, like today everyone obsesses about AI. They had a problem to solve. The problem was getting the satellites to communicate. And the internet was the answer. And it came about through lots of collaboration. Same thing with GPS. In fact, all the things that make our smartphones smart and not stupid not only came out of early stage public finance, but purpose-oriented, problem-oriented public finance. And the value of everything, I unpack that. What does it mean to really understand value as collectively created and to foster collective intelligence in terms of how we govern public and private institutions and their interrelationships? And in my more recent book, which I'm going to be focusing on now, in my last sort of 10 to 12 minutes, I kind of try to provide a recipe book. You know, how do you actually do this? How can we really be purpose-oriented, provide a direction for an economy, but then foster as much bottom-up innovation as possible, which of course happened when we got to the moon and back over 50 years ago. Lots of private sector investment, lots of public sector investment, but there was a goal. And NASA, by the way, worked with the private sector, but they had lots of capabilities within the institution itself, which helped them also govern the terms of reference, but also the procurement contracts that were so central to really fostering that bottom-up innovation across so many different sectors. It wasn't just aerospace. It was nutrition, materials, electronics, software. And so if we're thinking about development in a place like Southeast Asia, you know, through an industrial strategy, which is truly mission-oriented around a green, inclusive rebound, which of course requires public-private cooperation, of course. What does it mean to, again, elevate this idea of directionality, public purpose, and the fostering of particular types of relationships and a symbiotic ecosystem? So, of course, it's, you know, easier to talk about the moon than it is to talk about these wicked challenges that we have, like inequality and climate change. But really, again, directionality, bottom-up experimentation, symbiotic partnerships, and the redesign of the tools that we have, all the tools, procurement, loans, grants, to really foster a purpose-oriented system. This is what I want to talk about. And I've been working for about 5 years now with governments around the world, and this is really what I wanted to give a flavor of some of the global lessons around what this mission-oriented concept means. And really just kind of diagrammatically, it means starting, of course, with the SDGs. Why? Because we've signed up to them. You know, either we should take our names off or take them seriously. But then using the power of innovation policy, industrial strategy, procurement design, to really, again, foster a system that is going towards goals. And that requires starting with the challenges, but these are often broad, like green, inclusive. That's very broad, provides a direction, but turning it into a moonshot, as clear as getting to the moon and back, not just to the moon, and back in one generation. What does that mean for climate change? What does it mean for the design, the concrete design of a carbon neutral city, or getting the plastic out of the ocean? Or in a city like London, where I live, which is currently afflicted by knife crime amongst teenagers from social and economic groupings that have really been left behind, what would it mean in a city to have a zero knife crime mission in terms of bringing together lots of different sectors in the economy, but also that all of government approach Governments still work in such silos. Something like climate change, of course, has to go through all the departments. Or health for all. I run a council for the World Health Organization on health for all. It can't be just done in the Department of Health. Of course it needs to be done through also the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, all the different types of government activities that have to do, again, with nutrition, mobility, infrastructure, and so on. So that cross-sectoral approach, and then that redesign of the instruments, the grants, the loans, the procurement, to really foster that bottom-up innovation. So whether we're looking at SDG 14 on clean oceans, SDG 13 on climate change, turning these into really concrete missions, which of course have to be done on the ground by the people, public, private, citizens working together even to design these missions so they really get skin in the game. You can't from top down, especially a foreigner, come into a country to tell them what the missions are, but definitely the framing that we require this targeted approach, which then fosters that cross-sectoral innovation, collaboration, and investment, and bottom-up experimentation. It's central. So missions must be bold and inspirational to inspire. They must have a clear direction. Did you achieve it or not? If it remains really vague, like climate and green, what does that mean? So, 100 carbon neutral cities in a region in the next 5 years, at least you can start measuring the degree to which you're achieving it or not. Ambitious, but also realistic, cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary. So in the sciences, by the way, this means also the social sciences. It's not just about, hard sciences and the STEM subjects. We need poets. We need humanities to help us even reimagine the future, what we can achieve. It's not a coincidence that many young people know about the plastic-free mission because they've seen a documentary by a wonderful movie director, David Attenborough, right? So the power of the creative arts that help us reimagine our futures. That documentary called Blue Planet, in the last episode, showed all these baby dolphins choking on plastic, and it resonated in people's minds, no? So let's make sure it really is interdisciplinary with the power of the creative arts, like Roosevelt himself, after the Great Depression, had artists involved in the Work Projects Administration to kickstart, the recovery. And critical is to drive those bottom-up solutions. Top-down does not work. We need a direction, and that should be top-down. We need political leaders with gusto, with a vision, who can say, yes, we will have a green, inclusive rebound, a Green Deal, and then using all the different instruments to get there. But it has to be bottom-up, that experimentation and also willingness to welcome experimentation in our public institutions. And this is the key issue around implementation. A second report I wrote for the European Union was, how are we actually going to do this at the level of doing government differently? So the implementation, the dynamic capabilities within the public sector. What does it mean to think about public investments through a portfolio approach? Not all your eggs in one basket. Crowding in other forms of finance so you can have that multiplier effect. Flexibility and adaptability. So when things aren't going wrong, when they're going wrong, move, change, pivot, right? But if our bureaucracies are too rigid, it's hard to pivot. And so what does it mean to actually structure our organizations with that agility and flexibility? And in studying the moon landing, I realized they realized early on that they were too rigid. The structure itself of NASA was too vertical. So they changed the organization to have these project managers that were constantly in touch with each other, but they had delegation, but the communication was much more flexible and fluid than it had been before. But one of the things they did also, which I found fascinating, because we don't think about this when we think of the moon, we just think of big rockets and fire. They started to get their hands very dirty with procurement. And procurement is a huge chunk of every government's budget, whether it's Vietnam or the UK or Italy. Procurement, government as purchaser. This can become a tool for innovation if it really fosters, as I said, the bottom-up innovation. But that means paying attention to how we design procurement. And the first thing NASA did was change how they did procurement, away from cost plus towards fixed price with targets and incentives for constant quality improvement. They even took care to have a no excess profits clause. I love this. It meant NASA is an investor first resort. It's working with the private sector. Let's not turn this into a gambling machine. Of course, profits should be made, but they should also be shared amongst all the different types of investors. And what I found so interesting with COVID-19, and this is on the back of also some wonderful work we did with UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, was to actually look globally. What did we learn about the capabilities on the ground in terms of procurement, in terms of public-private partnership, trust created with citizens, or the governance of digital platforms? Because of course this was also an infodemic. And we did a study and found that countries actually like Vietnam, like Kerala in India, actually did better than some countries that were much higher in their developmental pathway, like the UK where I live, to be honest, has not been investing within their own public administrations in recent years. We have outsourced that capacity to the McKinseys, to the PwCs, to the Deloittes, to the point that a Tory lord in the UK government recently said that that led to the infantilization of Whitehall. And part of our study actually looked at Vietnam. It was just so interesting to see the kind of organizational strength that the government on the back of the SARS epidemic itself developed through a whole of society approach using public procurement and R&D funding to engage both academia and the private sector, for example, in the production of low-cost testing kits. And Vietnam became one of the first countries to export them to Europe. No, this is not about sort of incremental development, slow. I mean, this is about making choices and investing within the state in order to be agile, in order to be flexible. On industrial strategy, I want to just say something more about this because we shouldn't confuse the kind of mission-oriented industrial strategy with the old-style industrial strategy of the 70s, which was picking sectors, right? Countries chose like top 2 or 3 or 4 sectors. A mission-oriented approach to industrial strategy, and I'm showing you here the UK one, which I helped inform, chooses, it does pick, but it doesn't pick sectors or random technologies, it picks directions, and then it fosters the power of industrial strategy to again catalyze that intersectoral investment, collaboration, transformation. So in the UK, for example, these 4 challenges were chosen: clean growth, future of mobility, healthy aging, and the data economy, and a mission-oriented approach, which we helped through my Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose to implement, said, okay, future of mobility, what does that mean? What does it mean to create a universally accessible travel system, accessible to all with disabilities, creating a congestion and admission-free zero-accident system? What does that mean for those bottom-up projects that are required in so many different areas, whether it's e-mobility or, again, 100% accessible public transport system, low-carbon mobility-related energy storage systems, but also public data practices for mobility services and doing the kind of things that Barcelona has recently done with their own kind of data commons at the city level. It also means sharing both risks and rewards. I talked about the zero, or sort of the no excess profits idea in NASA. This is about really getting a good social contract between the public and private. So conditionality embedded within some of the instruments. So we don't just hand out money to sectors, but there's a condition attached. Even, for example, during a COVID-19 recovery program, you don't just give out money to the sectors in crisis. You make sure that this is truly an opportunity to build back better. And it was interesting that in France, during COVID-19, the finance minister put conditions attached to Renault and Air France. They had to lower their carbon emissions or commit to doing that in the next 5 years in order to access the bailout, the recovery scheme for COVID-19. In the UK, we just gave out $600 million to EasyJet, no conditions attached. So this isn't about, government and business in an abstract way. It's the granular way. How can we get our hands dirty and really create a great partnership, including conditionality? If there's a project on vaccines, what does it mean to make sure that we structure the intellectual property rights so they really govern a more creative, innovation-driven system and not one full of extraction and rent-seeking? Because patents are often too wide, too strong, too upstream. That's not how the patent system should work. But patents are contracts. So the contract between the different parties really matters. I'm basically done with my time, so let me just finish with an example from London again, because I think cities are so interesting. City mayors seem to be willing to get their hands dirtier with experimentation. And in Camden, something which is the part of London where I live, we've been running the Camden Renewal Commission. And Camden is a microcosm of the world. Huge wealth, Google is here, we have the British Library, the British Museum, the Wellcome Trust, my university, University College London, but we also have extreme poverty. I already mentioned knife crime. So what does it mean to actually harness this knowledge creation machine, right? But really in the public interest, in the mission-oriented way I mentioned, but also, something I haven't mentioned, bring citizens to the center of that process, not in a reactive way, but at that co-design, co-creation way. So one of Camden's missions, which is housed in the estates, the social housing, to make sure that by 2030, the social housing estates in their neighborhoods are healthy and sustainable, what Camden did was to bring the people living on the estates and the resident associations to the table to actually talk about what does it mean to live together in a more sustainable way. It's not just about retrofitting our homes, right? So that citizen participation aspect is extremely important. And I just want to end with this slide, which is about vocabulary. This is about creating, co-creating and shaping, not fixing, welcoming uncertainty and experimentation, tilting the playing field, not leveling it, but not by choosing one or two sectors, but really being bold on the directionality. It's not about picking winners, but picking the willing. Which organizations are willing to move with the government, whether it's Vietnam or a city or even a multinational region, to move along that path of a green rebound? Who's willing? That's going to have to also embed it in those contracts. The investment within our capacity and capabilities and not all this outsourcing, very important lesson, but also the kind of new evaluation measures that we need in order to make sure that we don't fall back to static cost-benefit analysis. Those dynamic spillovers, that we got along the way to the moon, which produced camera phones, software, foil blankets, that was kind of the serendipity along the way of that experimentation. That itself needs to be nested within how we value and evaluate. So value, markets, organizations, outcomes-oriented finance, partnership that is truly collective and symbiotic, and that last issue that I mentioned around participation, so that it's not, so that actually means something to people. They realize their lives, everyday lives, can actually change through better designed policy. I think all these are really important lessons, and never more so than after this pandemic, which hopefully we are now on the tail end of. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that really inspiring overview of you've touched on so many issues, Professor Mazzucato, and introducing the concept of moonshots, missions, the need for clear directionality, direction from the top down, but also action and experimentation from the bottom up. So I think, do we have a time for one question with you?
I have time.
Okay.
As long as you need.
Great. So there was one question, and one was that right now, where should mission take place? Where should it be located, at national or local levels? And what should the interaction be between them? And how much can local cities or regions act as test beds for missions?
It's a great question. And by the way, you also have a great resource there through the UN Development Program, which of course has been actually using this mission-oriented approach in Southeast Asia and in other parts of the world. So I do think that's a great question also to get practical with in terms of maybe workshopping it. But my view is that it's not about missions being either local or national or global. It's first of all a different mindset. It's a completely different mindset which puts public purpose at the center of the political economy, as opposed to assuming that value is only created in business, and then again, that kind of market failure fixing thing somehow gets things right. So missions are a way to rethink the theory and the practice on the ground, and it has an implication for both the local, the regional, and the national. I do think that what missions we select has to ideally be negotiated as much as possible at the local level, because if it's not inspiring, that first criteria that missions should be bold and inspiring, well, inspiring to who? You can't kind of, from a region that doesn't understand what people are concerned with in a particular locality, kind of, push that through and say, oh, this is going to inspire you, do that. So that question of citizen engagement and co-creation and co-design is central to the how the missions, I think, are selected. But also, if If we do too much bottom up and it's all local without a strong direction from the top, I have found that it's very difficult. And one of the key things I mentioned in terms of the all of society and all of government approach is my experience is that if missions remain siloed in either the Department of Innovation, the Department of Energy, the Department of Health, without really going to the center of how the Treasury and the Ministries of Finance understand the economy, in terms of this purpose-oriented way, including how they evaluate public investments, not through the usual static, cost-benefit analysis, then they don't work. So missions really have to go to the center of government and become a way for different departments in government to work together better. But in terms of, again, what the missions are, I think the more we can revive social innovations like citizen assemblies, and also foster that kind of trust, which frankly I do think places like Vietnam have shown to have invested in, at least trying to invest in terms of citizen trust with academics and government on the back of some of the previous viruses and crises you've had. Those are moments of learning how to do that, because without trust, we also get what we see is happening in places like Canada with the anti-vax movement. And that's not because those people are stupid. It's because there's a real lack of trust right now in those institutions. So building institutions and structures that listen, that have empathy, that interact is critical.
Thank you so much, Professor Mazzucato. Fantastic insights, and I think very relevant here in the context of Vietnam. The citizen-centric approach, the need for the mission to be something that's owned by citizens. At the same time, it also needing to be central to also the national and the nation state, and relate, not be a siloed. I think very important point, not to be a siloed initiative. If I may, I would like to thank you very much for that, and perfect timing, because we will now shift to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Dr. Pham Chi Lan. Dr. Pham Chi Lan is an economist specialized in economic policy reform and Vietnam's international integration process. She has held senior positions with VCCI, including as the Secretary General and Executive Vice President. She's also served as advisor to prime ministers, received multiple awards from prime ministers and president. So it is an honor and privilege to have you here with us. And as we shift to looking at what would a mission approach to inclusive and green rebound mean in the context of Vietnam, what are some of the obstacles that need to be overcome? So we look forward to hearing from you at both national and regional level, your insights. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's my really big privilege and honor to join this important conference. And as for the part of Vietnam, within the 10 minutes I have, I wish to share to you 2 points. The first one is some quick remarks on how the government of Vietnam responds to climate change issues in the country. And the second one is on the case of Mekong Delta region of Vietnam. On the government of Vietnam side, we all know that since late of 1990s, Vietnam has been warned to be one of the 5 countries in the world that could receive the worst impacts of climate change. And since then, the government of Vietnam introduced quite many strategies and overall policies and plans for social and economic development, all focused mainly on the sustainable and inclusive growth issues, and legal as well as regulatory frameworks on environmental protection and dealing with climate change, as well as policies to encourage environmental friendly development for all industries and regions have been introduced and implemented since then. Similar provisions also be included in most of international cooperation arrangements and commitments of Vietnam, including the COPs and the 14 regional and bilateral FTAs that Vietnam signed. Many progresses have been made, especially in recent years. However, the targets of such good policies are still far from reaching. So many evidence to tell you about that, but because of the limit of time, I will focus mainly on why so in Vietnam. You know, normally lack of necessary resources, including financial, human, technological, and technical ones, used to be blamed for the poor implementation of environmental policies in Vietnam. But in fact, lack of clear visions, long-term visions, and well-designed strategies with comprehensive and consistent approach, and together with a strong political will to implement also so important reasons. Besides that, more concretely, with the lack of transparency, accountability, competent mechanism for enforcement and supervision, and the weak coordination between relevant governmental bodies and branches between the central and local level in Vietnam, and conflicting interests of the various groups in Vietnam also attribute to the weakness. And moreover, the government and other actors like businesses, farmers, research and technical institutions, the civil society organizations and international organizations also need to learn to work together rather than pull in different directions. So, lessons from other countries in these issues already tell us that resources are limited, but creativity is limitless, and governance is always among the most important issues we need to deal with. Now I come to the second remark on the Mekong Delta region of Vietnam. You may have also known that the Mekong Delta region of Vietnam is the most important agricultural region in Vietnam and among the major ones in Asia. The delta itself supplies for about 60% of total rice production in Vietnam, 90% of rice export from Vietnam, and 70% of fruits, 75% of aquaculture products of this country. So the delta is so important for entire Vietnam economy. But the delta is also among the 3 deltas in the world that are most vulnerable with the climate change. And the speed of seawater level rise also have a very bad impact on the region, particularly since 2016 onward. People in the region recognize very well the problems, and they all agree that now is really time before too late for them to start to do practical things in order to address the climate change and other issues in the region. So in the region, we are lucky to have a very dynamic and open people who are ready to learn and to do the new things, to change them on, to transform to a more resilient way of development rather than to follow the traditional practices in agricultural fields. And they very soon could develop good connections between different actors in the region. For example, the Mekong Connect was an initiative at first by business groups in the region and in Ho Chi Minh City, and then the authorities of all Delta region provinces agree with them, and they together encourage the farmers and the research institutes, the technicians to join the efforts to work together in order to help the farmers and agricultural production in the region to develop better. So the connections could be developed not only between different actors, but also between the 13 provinces of the region. And most recently, Ho Chi Minh City decided also to join them to become the 14th member of that connection. So it would be really good because with Ho Chi Minh City, you can have a new pioneer which are more advanced and have more resources and as well as benefits to join the efforts of the provinces to develop. And in practical activities, they used to try to address the very practical issues that they are facing with, rather than talking a lot about theory or so on and so forth. No, they focus mainly on the practical issues to find practical solutions they could in order to help improving them all. And with that, they are really very successful. We could see a lot of changes during the last about 5 years since the Mekong Connect arrangement developed in the Mekong Delta region, and it could really help them to solve many issues and to improve not only the quality of products but also the efficiency, the income of farmers, and have more energy and motivation to be more and more initiative in their own ways of development. And anyway, of course, the government of Vietnam, together with the assistance from various international organizations and foreign governments, also adopted a number of very good or excellent policies and measures to help to protect the Mekong Delta region. However, the region until now still faced with 5 major threats for its water and land area. They are flood, drought, saline, pollution, and reducing alluvial soil. These threats are now driven mainly by too many upstream dams. You may know that altogether about 140 big and small dams have been developed by China, Thailand, and other countries, Laos, other countries in the upstream part of the Mekong River. So it makes the downstream area become very difficult for their own development, particularly Cambodia and Vietnam, Mekong Delta regions. And partly also because of the downstream sand mining in the region in Vietnam. But the climate change is an emerging and increasingly serious threat to the region too. And the degradation of the delta has vast implications for livelihoods and food securities, not only for 18 million people in the region, but also for the entire people in Vietnam. So they really need the help, and the help to the region to adapt to climate change, including investment in infrastructure, agriculture, research and technology, in particular IT, digital and biotech, education and training, healthcare and safety nets system are badly needed. And again, good governance could be the key in order to get this investment and make them in very efficient way. And with that, we really encourage the central government of Vietnam to pay more attention to empower more the local authorities and provide them, allocated to them more necessary resources to deal with their own challenges. International cooperation, of course, also be the key. But on international cooperation aspect, I think, first of all of the 6 countries in the Mekong River region, including China, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, need to have a strong and efficient mechanism to assure serious obligations and responsibilities of every partners in the region in utilizing water resources from the river and protecting the environment in the whole region in a fair and coordinated way. The common interests and benefits of all countries, big or small, in particular the ones in the downstream parts of the river, must be equally respected and protected. And last but not least, the UN and other international and regional organizations, the governments, relevant academic and technological institutions, businesses, as well as NGOs from other countries all over the world are most welcomed and appreciated to join the efforts to save the mighty Mekong River and its precious resources, as well as to help hundreds of millions of people living in the Mekong River region to adapt to climate change and transform their own economies to be more green and inclusive and resilient ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chilan, for that very insightful presentation. And I think you really helped us to contextualize a mission-oriented approach and also show some of the disconnects that exist. I think there's you pointed to some of the conflicting interests between local and central, the need for a longer-term vision at national level, at central level, and need for a greater empowerment and to enable some of the innovation to percolate up from bottom up, so to speak. I won't summarize, but I did want to say that we don't have time for questions now. We'll be taking them all at the end. So just for our participants who are there online, just to remind you that there's a web platform. You can put your questions there, and while we may not be able to answer all of them, we will try our best. And we want this to be as engaging and participatory as possible. So thank you so much. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, and that's Dr. Keith Jeffries. Dr. Keith Jeffries is Senior Policy Advisor to the Minister of Finance and Economic Development in Botswana, and he will be sharing with us more about the reset agenda of the President of Botswana and how it aims to deliver a strategic reforms that put citizens and economic inclusion at the center. He has just a little bit of background. He's a macroeconomist in the financial sector and senior policy advisor to the Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Botswana. Prior to that, he was managing director of eConsult Botswana and deputy governor of the Bank of Botswana. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Keith Jeffries to deliver his speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. I'm very pleased to accept. And I'm going to share a few slides. Hopefully I'll be able to just speak within the time available. So I'm going to talk about the lessons from Botswana, and I think some of them will very much tie in with the first presentation that we had in this session. So just a very quick background on Botswana. I suspect many of you may not know much about it. We're a small population, but fairly large physically, landlocked country in southern Africa. Population's about 2.5 million, quite sparsely populated. Country's about the size of France. It's very hot and dry, little surface water, so climate stress is present. The economy is quite small, about $18 billion total GDP, but we've grown fast, driven by mineral-led growth, mainly diamonds. And now Botswana is an upper middle income country with a GDP per capita about $7,500, but with a relatively large public sector, with government spending about 35% of GDP, and as a result, quite a high dependence on government for economic activity. So the key issues that have come up in the post-COVID recovery, we've actually got two key policy initiatives. As the chair has mentioned, the President's reset agenda, and that comes very soon after something that we call the Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan, or the ERTP, which we developed to really bring the economy out of COVID, and the President's reset agenda built on that. And there's a number of different actions and objectives, but I'm going to focus on 4 of them. One is sustainable and diversified and inclusive economic growth, with a shift away from the dependence on mining and resource-led growth, but shifting the focus in this diversification to make it inclusive, including the youth. We have quite a serious youth unemployment problem, developing entrepreneurship and reducing dependence on the public sector. At the same time, the public sector, as I say, is quite large and a bit unwieldy, and the reform process looks at making it smaller, more efficient, more responsive, with people-centered government and public services. Third key objective is improving economic and social resilience, and that's about managing the risks that arise from climate change. We're in quite a fragile economic situation, and as I mentioned, we have resource-dependent growth, which has its own risks and need to be dealt with. And fourthly, this is not necessarily a new objective, but it's quite an important one that I wanted to mention, which is that ensuring that the fiscal revenues, the government revenues that are generated from non-renewable resources, mineral resources, are reinvested. And this is an important policy principle, so that revenues from the depletion of non-renewable resources are reinvested in building either physical assets like infrastructure or human capital or financial assets. And I'm going to talk about 3 current pillars of the current policy agenda. There are more, but I want to talk about 3 which I think are particularly relevant to the current conference. One is the digitization agenda, and the President has been very much behind this and pushing it forward. And there's a whole range of actions here. One is moving a lot of public services online and shifting towards what we call e-gov or e-government. Also in the education sector, we do spend quite a lot of money on education. In fact, it's the largest single area of public spending, but it's been very traditional, and now the intention is to shift to e-education. And that's partly because of the difficulties of running physical education in a very large, sparsely populated country, but also it will make, we think, education better. A lot of investment in related skills through training and education in IT and science and innovation-related skills. There's a lot of money going into connectivity, nationwide connectivity through fiber networks and wireless networks, as well as international connectivity. Now, one of the points that the professor made earlier was this balance between what's the role of government? And so one of the problems we found in the digitization agenda is different agencies going off on their own, So Ministry of Education trying to develop one area, Ministry of Health trying to develop to digitize health services, and then public administration. So that led to coordination problems and also potential duplication. And that's been resolved by centralizing coordination in a dedicated project in the Office of the President. So quite centralized, but also with high-level political backing, which gives it clout to bring agencies, ministries together. And then another component of the digitization agenda is to use procurement to jumpstart the growth of local IT firms and help develop that segment of the economy. So these are just some aspects of the digitization agenda. The green agenda forms a major part of our ERTP and the reset agenda. Botswana, as I mentioned, very hot and dry, water stressed, water scarce. And so dealing with and responding to climate change is a central aspect of resilience. And there are a number of actions that are taking place. We have a national climate change policy, which also introduces coordination across institutions. In the energy sector, we have a new integrated resource plan, which sets out the plans for power generation and new capacity over the coming decade, and that has a major shift towards renewable energy, mainly solar in new generation capacity. A bit like Vietnam, we're very dependent on coal, but there's a very big shift taking place away from that, and associated issues like grid strengthening. The updated NDC for the UNFCCC and COP26, we're a bit late with it. It's still in draft form. It hasn't technically been submitted yet, but it has a very wide-ranging greenhouse gas emissions mitigation plan with a lot of quantified initiatives, partly energy, partly agriculture. We're planning on bringing in carbon pricing and taxation to change incentives, and the response to climate change in terms of adaptation and mitigation is a key theme of our 12th National Development Plan, which is currently under preparation. So really the green agenda is being infused across policy making and economic activities, and again being coordinated through jointly by the Ministry of Finance, where I am, and the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Energy. The third area is public sector reform, and just a few items to highlight. One is we're just bringing in new public procurement legislation to enable better targeting of government spending. Government spending is very large, as I mentioned, with targeting of youth-owned enterprises and citizen-owned enterprises, and also enabling government to direct procurement to firms in the local areas where the money is being spent, to have a more focused impact. This is all quite new. We'll see how it works, but this is the intention, to use public procurement in a more active way. There's a lot of reform going on public finance management and modernization. I won't go into the details there, but it's really about bringing the whole PFM system up to date. But then I think the third area of public sector reform is to try and modernize business processes in the public sector to give faster implementation. We've had a problem of very slow implementation of public sector projects, getting better value for money, better prioritization, and all of this requires enhanced accountability of departments and even of individuals for implementing that. Improving delivery mechanisms, which are going to be more outsourced to the private sector and have the risk shared and get them decentralized and digitized. And one interesting element of the presidential agenda is to encourage out-of-the-box thinking and making use, in each ministry, of making use of groups of young and mid-career professionals in the public service to propose reforms, rather than relying on the sort of older generation, making use of the younger generation to come up with ideas for improving public service delivery. This again is
thank you, Dr. Jeffries.
Yes.
I'm sorry we've gone over the 10 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to the last slide, and just a few lessons learned. One is that there is a requirement for effective interagency cooperation, and we found in the past that if the implementation of these initiatives is left to individual ministries and departments and agencies, it doesn't work. So getting the high-level coordination going is essential. The second is that these transformations, it's far-reaching, otherwise it's not transformation, and it has winners and losers. And we have found that widespread consultation is essential to get buy-in. You can't just impose this from the top down. The ideas have to be shared and supported at a decentralized and community level. And tied in with this is that a very careful balance is needed between the role of government as coordinator and creating the landscape and the economic incentives and getting prices right and allowing individuals and firms to innovate and compete. And I think all of these things, the principles, I think, are universal, but of course how they materialize would be very much specific to individual countries and environments. So let me finish there. Thanks for the extra minute or two, and I look forward to questions in due course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffries, Dr. Jeffries, and very interesting to hear how Botswana is thinking about these issues, the reset program, the agenda, located in the office of the president, engagement at local levels as well, and the lessons learned especially. The time frame, interagency cooperation, and the need for broad consultation and balance between government and private sector. I will now finally turn to our last speaker, and I would like to invite Professor Dr. Herman Weibel. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He's professor and executive director of the Institute of Development and Agricultural Economics, Faculty of Economics, University of Hanover. Professor Weibel is also the coordinator of DFG, a Poverty and Sustainable Development project and program, with a long-term panel data project covering both Thailand and Vietnam. And this Thailand-Vietnam socioeconomic panel has been in place since 2016. So there's been a long period of history of learning across these two countries and looking at the issues particularly of exclusion and vulnerability and how best to address these. Without further ado, I'll turn over to Professor Weibel. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Friends and colleagues in Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be invited to this distinguished event today. Although, as you said, I'm the last speaker for today, let me start with a popular metaphor. Vietnam is the country with two big rice bowls held by a bamboo stick, a thin bamboo stick. Well, quite a lot is known about the two bountiful bowls, the Red River and the Mekong Delta, and Madame Chi Lan has excellently explained about the Mekong Delta. There is perhaps a need to know more about the bamboo stick, which is the Central Highlands. And this is the motivation for the Thailand-Vietnam Socio-Economic Panel, or in short, TVCEP, which has started way back in 2007. The project is financed by the DFG, which is the top funder of research in Germany. And the panel operates in both Northeast Thailand and in Central Vietnam, and it can be considered as representative for the population in these areas. In Vietnam, our sample of 2,200 households in 220 villages and 110 communes is carried out in 3 provinces, namely Ha Tinh, Thừa Thiên Huế, and Đắk Lắk. In addition to 2 migrant tracking surveys have been carried out in Ho Chi Minh City, Da Nang, and Hanoi. At this point, I want to thank our research partners at Ha Tinh University, Huế University of Economics, and Thanh Nguyen University in Buôn Ma Thuột for their excellent cooperation in this project. Our project has just been awarded the status of a foreign NGO in Vietnam by the People's Aid Coordinating Committee, or PACOM, which will facilitate the continuation of the panel. TVCEP is a unique project in at least 3 regards. First, we use highly advanced survey technology based on the World Bank Survey Solution software for computer-assisted personal interviews, CAPI. Data quality is our highest priority, and a number of quite sophisticated measures are implemented to assure this. Second, TVCEP facilitates add-on projects to the panel data collection. This means that external researchers can collect additional data, for example, through randomized control trials or economic experiments. So far, 6 such add-on projects have been carried out. Thirdly, and most importantly, the database is open to any researcher around the world, different from many other panels. This open data policy has resulted in an impressive number of publications using the TVSAT data. For Vietnam alone, we count 45 publications in high-level international journals such as the American Economic Journal Applied Economics. 10 Vietnamese scholars have already received their PhD and another 25 are on their way. The topics addressed in these publications are both methodological and empirical. They can also serve as a good basis for policy formulation. The themes include relevant policy issues like poverty dynamics and vulnerability, gender and poverty, climate change, agricultural transformation, including land rental markets and finance, rural-urban migration, and of course, country comparisons between Vietnam and Thailand, which facilitates exchange of ideas between these two emerging market economies. So, to give you a glimpse of the results, I want to present some findings from TVSAP research work in Vietnam. Since many of our sample sites can be labeled as environments of the poor, understanding the causes and the dynamics of poverty is a key topic. A major reason why some rural households are still poor is that their farm size remains extremely small. This is true for all of Asia, but it especially applies to Vietnam. Unlike agricultural statistics in many developing countries, TVSAP has quite precise records from its 3 survey provinces on how farm sizes have developed over time. Results show that while average farm size between 2007 and 2017 has increased from 0.89 hectare to 1.12 hectare, the distribution has basically remained the same. In both periods, over 70% of farms have less than 1 hectare, and almost 90% have less than 2 hectare, while barely 3% of households in our panel have more than 5 hectare. This contradicts to what some policymakers may dream about. They want rural people to leave their small farms and engage in wage employment in the cities, assuming that food can be produced by a few large-scale agro-industry type of farms. Our results do not support such hope. Farms remain small, and there is no indication that this will change soon. On the other hand, it is also clearly shown that rural households cannot make a living from farming alone, and that supporting small-scale farmers with all kinds of special farm programs is unlikely to take them out of poverty and put them on a sustainable growth path. Of course, there is good reason why rural households are not doing what some policymakers may want them to do, and rather keep on holding to their small piece of land. It is not surprising that until to date, on a global scale, according to FAO estimates, 84% of farms have less than 2 hectares, and this hasn't changed much during the past 30 years. More so, in a COVID-infected, climate change-driven, and politically highly unstable world, we have just experienced some major event in the center of Europe, people will stick to their safety nets. Farms, even if they are small, are an insurance, and they can provide basic food security and serve as an income floor. What emerges from many of the TVSAP research papers for Vietnam is the notion that while government programs do help some farmers, partial farm programs like credit, land rental markets, or livestock development barely benefit those who live under the poverty line and are unsuccessful to foster a broader rural development. In short, What seems to be missing is a comprehensive rural development strategy that pays more attention to the rural areas with well-targeted investments in infrastructure, both physical and social, including, of course, digitalization, not only in the district towns, but also in the communes and the villages. Some European countries could serve as a good model for such rural development strategy. To underline these broader findings, let me at the end quickly introduce to you a case study of a household from the TVZ panel in the province of Hattin. The household head, let's just call him Mr. Nguyen. Of course, his true name is different. When we first interviewed him in 2007, he was living alone because his parents had recently passed away. At that time, he had 0.35 hectare of land, growing upland rice, sweet potato, and peanuts. He had one cow and some poultry. He did not have a motorbike. His per capita income was just about $2 per day, almost 80% coming from farming. When looking at his records 10 years later, the situation had changed significantly. He meanwhile got married, had 2 children, and found a job in a local construction company. His wife took care of the farm, which had enlarged to 1.17 hectare by renting in land. Mr. Nguyen, aside from being a construction worker, also helped his wife with the farm. In 2017, he had a motorbike, and his per capita income went up to $7 per day, with still almost 50% coming from farming. So the way out of poverty in this case was local wage labor, combined with farm investment, but not migration to Hanoi, to Da Nang, or to Ho Chi Minh City. On the downside, we found that Mr. Nguyen's health had somewhat deteriorated during this period due to the hard work he did. Now, what does this case can tell us about rural development? The way out of poverty is income diversification, not necessarily wage employment through migration. As this case shows, development can be more than just migration and urbanization. In the case of Mr. Nguyen's household, he remained in farming as a part-time farmer. By the way, this is a farming system that had persisted for a long time in some European countries before it gradually became less or almost disappeared. Clearly, Mr. Nguyen won't become a large-scale, full-time and fully commercialized farmer in his lifetime, as I said before, some policymakers may envision, and as indeed many researchers suggest. So what could the government do for a family like the one of Mr. Nguyen? Much of the family's future will depend on Mr. Nguyen's health and the prospects for his children. Will there be good education for them in the village or the commune? Will there be adult education options and health enhancement programs for Mr. Nguyen and his wife to enable him to move beyond his construction worker job? Could he eventually get a service type of job when his health inhibits hard physical labor? Will there be access to smart and sustainable farming technologies? Will there be good infrastructure in his village, both physical and social, including good roads, sanitation, fast internet, and social activities that would make the rural space to become a more attractive work and living place? The answer to these questions, I would like to leave to the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Weibel, for those very important reflections. And also, I think, for bringing to the fore when we're talking about a green inclusive rebound, what does that look like in terms of the rural areas? And the need, I think, that you stress for a global comprehensive strategy for inclusive rural development rather than just wage employment through migration. So I think these are really important elements to be pulling out. I think now we've come to the end of the presentations by our panelists. So now I would open the floor. If there is anyone who would like to ask any one of our panelists a question, please do so. And if I could ask my colleagues also if there's anything coming through on the line. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any hands being raised here from those physically present in the room. So perhaps if I may, and while you're thinking still about what you wish to ask, I would like to ask Madam Pham Chi Lan a question. And this is related to what do you think is the potential for intra-regional coordination by the 12 provinces that make up the Mekong Delta? And is there a real potential for regional planning being tapped? And what are the steps required and obstacles that may need to be overcome to achieve better coordination? Thank you.
Well, in Vietnam, in fact, unfortunately, we have a rather small country in area and in a population is not too big, but we have too many provinces. 63 is too many for Vietnam, as compared with China, much larger than Vietnam, but they have only about 30 provinces. So the size of each province is too small for their own operation. And living in the same area like the Mekong Delta region, they have so many common problems as well as common interests that they need to share and to work together to deal with these challenges as well as to explore the benefits in a better way. Many years ago, in fact, with the assignment of the government for the development of each province individually, on their plans, on their targets, on the resources or financial budget available for each of them, they could hardly working together. And even for the irrigation process, the government of Vietnam put a lot of investment in that from the beginning with the slogan that they need to live with the flood. But later on, they found, oh no, that system could not always work well in every province. So if one system could be good in this province, it might cause problem to another. So they need working together in order to change the system in the way that the benefits could be shared and the protection could also could be built in better way for all of them. And the same problem with the similar structure of their products, their own rice production ones, they have a very similar products, and they could hardly explore their own or their specialty in order to develop well. So they really found the necessity of working together. But of course, we always need somebody as pioneer to raise the issues and to encourage others to work together. In the case of Mekong Delta region, we are fortunate to have some leaders of some of the provinces there who recognize the necessity of working together between the whole region rather than separately of individual provinces. So he strongly encouraged others to join the efforts, and gradually, in particular, with the Mekong Connect network set up, they found many areas in which they can join the operations and do all this in the most efficient way. So I think today what we need is to convince the central government to facilitate the cooperation between different provinces, even to encourage them to do better. In the past, the government used to have a steering committee on the regional development. But in fact, that steering committee failed to have the power strong enough or resources strong enough to do their functions, to set up the coordination between provinces. Now we need to do that in a more practical way so that they can really work together. So I think currently people there are working, and particularly with the joining of the Ho Chi Minh City as a new pioneer with a lot of potentials, they can work together even better. So they have, during their last meeting in late of last year, they agreed on a number of programs working together. So based on that, I believe that in practice, the coordination between the 13 provinces in the Mekong Delta region and Ho Chi Minh City and 4 other provinces in the eastern part of the southern part of Vietnam could become a good reality that the government could encourage them and facilitate them to do and to improve their own.
Thank you so much, Madam Chi Lan. Very concise and very precise, strengthening the central role of government and a strong center for building coherence, greater coherence for regional, provincial level, but also at the same time, a deeper understanding between the provinces that one strategy affects the other. And the Mekong Connect network offering promising ways forward. Thank you very much. Perhaps I think there's one question to Dr. Jeffries. How has the government started to, well, we've heard some of the ways that the government has started to operationalize its plans for practice, but are there, what would you say are the 2 key most important lessons for other countries trying to adopt a similar reset program that has impact both at the highest levels of government and also most decentralized levels? Over to you.
Yes, thanks. That's quite a tricky question, but I think that it requires, it's very difficult to bring about these changes using existing structures. And I think that, much as one doesn't want to expand the public sector too much, it does require new structures, which may just be coordinating structures. But it's got to be, I think, the coordination of these initiatives needs to be handled by entities that firstly have convening power. In other words, they can exert some leverage on other public sector entities. But secondly, must be designed in such a way that they can be quite nimble and maybe not constrained by existing government processes, bureaucracy, etc. And there can be merit in bringing in people from outside government. So, for instance, the Smart Bots initiative that I mentioned to push the digitization drive has actually brought in, as I'm sure in many countries, we have quite a lot of very bright youngsters who are very familiar with IT skills and digital opportunities, probably more than the older generation. And Smart Bots has brought in quite a lot of these youngish folks with new ideas who are maybe not bound by existing processes and ways of doing things. So, yeah, I think these will be the key lessons. Bring in new people with new ideas, have processes that are not too slow and tied up in the old way of doing things, but have these entities with convening power and maybe a bit beyond that, sort of the ability to knock heads together. And obviously the backing of a high-level office can help with that. But if there's resistance to change, then they have to have the power to I don't want to say force through change, because it does need to be collaborative in the end, but at least, let me say, to push through change and against the old way of doing things. So I think those would be the key lessons. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Jeffries, for those reflections. I think very useful as we consider moving forward. There is a question that's come up online, and here this is a question for Professor Herman Weibel. Would a microfinance model be suitable for poverty elimination?
Okay, yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for this, and thank you for the Mr. Reinhardt who asked this question. Yes, indeed, microfinance has been, for a long time, been a component of poverty reduction programs. And can it eliminate poverty? Probably not as a single intervention, but what is probably also more important in this connection is that how is this microcredit being packaged? What we have seen in agriculture in the past and still ongoing is that credits are given for example, to buy pesticides, to buy fertilizer, rather than building them into what I earlier called a rural development strategy that has green and inclusive goals and clearly specified. For example, to develop small-scale industries in the communes, in the rural areas. I think if it's packaged in the right way, yes, I think it can really help to reduce poverty.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that very clear and clear response. I think very helpful as we move forward. Thank you to all our panelists. I think we'll give a round of applause for your great presentations and your Q&A. Thank you. I did want to say, just in terms of reflections, just to recall again from the beginning of our session with Professor Mariana Mazzucato, the very important need for looking for a mission approach to this very large issue of green and inclusive economic rebound. It's a big statement. I think the takeaways that I have from these reflections is that moonshots are absolutely vital and important for making great leaps. However, they need directionality, and they need a mission with directionality in order to enable them to function. I think that was one of the important takeaways. I think, Madam Chilan, I thank you so much for providing very practical example of the Mekong Delta in particular, and the way that strong decentralization also needs a strong center, and to recollect in that process, and the need for coherence for regional planning, I think very important. And to Professor Jeffries for sharing with us the experience from Botswana. Very interesting to see how a major reset program has been institutionalized, and to Professor Weibel for your taking us back down to the realities on the ground here in Vietnam with a micro analysis of what's happening and the kinds of development that's needed such that these people are not left behind. So I think moving forward, I would just like to recall that Professor Mariana Mazzucato said, Vietnam has already applied a mission approach, and she used the example here of how Vietnam responded in the context of COVID. And I think she talked about the first phases of containment and the sort of whole of government, whole of society, whole of private sector approach. Very important. And then also referenced the rapid vaccination. So the question is, can this mission-oriented approach that's already been applied in the context of Vietnam be applied in the context of a green, inclusive economic rebound that we're looking for? So I think these are very important lessons that we can take away as Vietnam seeks to move away from just aspirations into practical commitments on the ground that will actually deliver, carbon neutral circular economies in ways that generate growth and leave no one behind. So with that, I want to thank everybody for your excellent contributions, the questions from the floor, and our panelists. And that brings our session to a close. Thank you. Simkamon.
We will now conclude our session 3. Thank you, Madam Kaitlyn Wiesen, for moderating this session, and thank you for the insights and invaluable contributions to our conference today. I wish now to invite Excellency Đỗ Hùng Việt, Assistant to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to deliver his concluding remarks. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, after a hard working day, our conference has successfully concluded our agenda. Our conference welcomed the participation and instruction of Standing Deputy Prime Minister Phạm Bình Minh and the important remarks of Mr. Achim Steiner, Administrator of UNDP, of Professor Joseph Stiglitz, of the Director of GCF Glemarek, of Madame Isabelle Duran, of UNCTAD, and most recently Professor Mazzucato. We also listened to 12 interventions and dozens of discussions from leaders, experts, and panelists at home and abroad from many regions, with 2 Vietnamese panelists present here today, with Dr. Cấn Văn Lực and Madame Phạm Chi Lan. We also had a separate roundtable on the role of businesses and a very diverse exhibition with many green projects and activities that are clean and applying innovative measures. The remarks that we listened to today demonstrate the vision, the devotion, and the experience that are very meaningful for countries including Vietnam can pursue a green and inclusive rebound and join hands to address global challenges. It is perhaps hard to fully capture all the diverse interventions today. However, I do see some notable points as follows. First, our panelists and delegates all agreed that the transition to a green and carbon neutral economy is a major prevailing trend, with countries needing to focus their investment on low emission and carbon neutral infrastructure and technology, promote the use of clean renewables, and apply the measures that are energy efficient, climate resilient, and pursue the effective management of natural resources. We also need to ensure that this transition is just and equal, in which developing countries need the assistance in terms of finance and technology and capacity from developed countries to reduce their dependence on fossil fuels. We also need to support disadvantaged groups in our society. Second, countries need to look into investing in and upgrading social welfare systems so that the people can be better supported in future crises. We need to ensure resources to support vulnerable groups that are affected by climate change and other risks, especially the impoverished. With our important role, governments need to be flexible and engage in multiple new pilots, social policies and models, and gain necessary lessons to approach to new issues. Third, the digital divide is getting wider. Thus, governments need to step up the implementation of technology in digital infrastructure, to provide digital upskilling for women and vulnerable groups, ethnic minorities, people living in remote areas, the impoverished, the elderly, or people with disabilities. Fourth, countries need to ensure long-term finance resources for socio-economic development that is inclusive and sustainable through public-private partnership, finance, and mobilize financial resources to import new technologies for innovation at home and abroad, and to develop clean, green, and sustainable energy. And fifth, as we have listened to from this session, we need to uphold the important role of government with an intersectoral, interdisciplinary, and whole of government approach to guide these aforementioned efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, after the conference, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will report to the Prime Minister on the insights put forth today and the recommendations proposed, so that we can provide new information, new ideas for the Prime Minister and relevant ministries and agencies to take into consideration in the drafting and implementation of policies in the time to come. I do also hope that the conference today is only the first step in the exchanges of Vietnamese agencies with international partners and panelists. We look forward to the continued recommendations, the assistance in terms of resources and intellect, and the increased opportunity for cooperation both bilaterally and multilaterally with partners, international organizations, and so forth. The cooperation and support of the international community bears great significance, allowing Vietnam to transition to a green and carbon neutral and inclusive economy, fulfill the SDGs and Vietnam's commitments outlined at the COP26 summit. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I wish to thank the panelists and the moderators with us today from many regions, many time zones around the world. They allow us to have a very substantial conference with many important items, lessons, and practical models for Vietnam to refer to in its effort for inclusive and green economic rebound. I wish to thank all delegates participating physically in Hanoi and virtually from many Vietnamese localities and Vietnamese representative missions abroad. In particular, I wish to thank the UNDP for working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in convening today's conference, building upon our excellent tradition of cooperation between the two sides. Last but not least, I wish to thank the technical team, interpreters in the booth, and the sign language interpreters we see in our conference room today. I wish to thank Intercontinental Hotel, and I wish to thank my colleagues at the department, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and at the UNDP for their valiant efforts in the successful convening of this conference. I wish you all good health, safety, and greater success. Our conference is now concluded. Thank you very much.